Now to start the story. It is the 4th anniversary of the day when Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, sacrificed his life to seal the Kyuubi inside of his son Naruto. Although to the younger generation and those outside the village who don't know much about the ninja arts, it's defeat. Unfortunately for young Naruto, he was barely 30 minutes old from birth before he became its container. What most people don't know, the only other person knowing being Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, is that Naruto was able to meet the Kyuubi when he was 2, although he wasn't able to talk to it completely until he turned 3, which was also when he found out that he was Naruto Namikaze, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. When told to Hiruzen and finding out how much he understood, the Hokage realized that like his father, and probably like Itachi Uchiha, a once-in-a-decade super prodigy. This made Hiruzen wonder if this means that Naruto might be the next sage of 6 paths, especially since a few legends state that his 3rd child was an Uzumaki or the sage himself. Right now, Naruto was heading towards the Hokage's tower, where he would be the safest because while most people have happy birthdays, his is rather to see if the villagers would let him live to see next day. The Hokage decided not to take chances by sending in a small squad of ANBU to watch over the boy because the villagers well used that as an excuse to destroy him. He also had Ibiki Marino act like a bodyguard, or as he puts it, a babysitter, since nobody would have the nerve to mess with the head of the torture and interrogation department. As the awkward pair were walking with the villagers and a small amount of ninjas, the ones that are civilian-born, and/or has members on the council, glaring at them from a distance, Ibiki kept that look on his face. The look that makes most ANBU wants to make sure they have a spare change of underwear on hand. He heard a small sigh from his charge. Geez, they call me names like demon and monster, just because I was born on this day, and yet they are making the Kyuubi seem like better company. Naruto said while Kyuubi gave a small thank you in return, agreeing completely after seeing what its container has to experience. Yeah, I know, kid, Ibiki said, impressed at how quickly the boy has been growing, yet at the same time, disappointed at the reason behind it. Yet when the time comes, you're going to have to decide whether to run and hide from the hate or take a stand and face it in any way you can. Naruto gave an even bigger sigh. Before he could give a reply, a kunai with a tag landed between them. With alarms going off in his head, Naruto surprised Ibiki by quickly pushing Ibiki hard enough for him to stumble away just in time to avoid the explosion. When he recovered, he noticed that Naruto wasn't so lucky due to the amount of damage it has done to his body. When he got to the boy and turned him over, 6 ANBU appeared surrounding them, 5 acting like a barrier, while the 6th got started on treating him on the spot. When the medic opened his eyes, to their surprise, instead of the usual blue, they were a purplish-gray with round circles spreading out like ripples. With a tomo inside the inner ring that in what could be considered a regular room for Naruto, to the displeasure of so many, he is currently lying in bed, still unconscious from taking the full brunt of the blast. Right now he is being protected by 4 ANBU, 2 to guard the door and protect him from the doctors and nurses who would try to finish the boy off, and 2 in the shadows in the room to make sure none of the ninjas try to attempt any more assassinations. Ibiki gave them the orders needed to ensure Naruto's safety before leaving to inform the Hokage, while the ANBU medic left to gather the stuff needed, which the staff can't do a thing about because standing in the way of an ANBU and their goals is suicidal. Both a doctor and a nurse individually tried to get in under the guise of checking up on him, which didn't fool them one bit. The doctor even went as far as to use the fact that the civilian council has given them permission, only to get arrested in the process, and giving the Hokage a little leverage. The nurse went as far as to ask why they defend the boy for what he did 4 years ago. One of the ANBU, wearing a cat mask and has long purple hair, countered by asking why they are defining Minato's final wish. The nurse gave a light huff and walked away. This was the flaw throughout the village, the locals not wanting to admit that they are wrong about something they never bothered to understand. As for young Mr. Naruto Uzumaki, he woke to a familiar clearing. When he first met Kyuubi, she was in what looked like a dungeon, yet being 2, he was too young to understand anything. By his 3rd birthday, when he has proven himself to be a prodigy, by doing everything earlier than your average toddler, which involved being forced to grow up faster than most, he understood that nobody deserves to be locked up, so he changed the entire area that looked like a huge meadow on the mountains, with a forest on one side and a beach on the other. To put simply, it was the kind of place that most Nara men want to go to when they want to avoid the women of the clan. Usually he would find Kyubi either sitting in the middle of the meadow, with a smile too as they greeted each other, or he would catch her sleeping on her back, paws spread out, her tail sticking straight out and her tongue hanging out of her mouth, like how Naruto would find some of the Inuzuka dogs whenever the day seems nice for them. Sometimes he would either just lay down with his head on her belly or join her in a nap, or he would mess with her by rubbing her belly, which gained a pleasurable moan, something she would never admit to. This time she was giving him a sad look. Sure, he would live through this, like he would everything else, but still she is never happy whenever the blonde's visits are forced due to bigotry. Well, as much as I want to yell at you for that little stunt, I'll let it slide since it was done to save another life, Kyubi said. Plus, considering what were to happen if those villagers think they could get away with attacking a ninja. Yeah, what would stop them from attacking other ninjas, especially Gramps? Naruto said, before looking at his friend. By the way, after the explosion, and before I blacked out, my eyes started to feel weird. Any ideas why? Knowing that this question might pop up sooner or later, and wishing that it was much later, like say a few years when he graduates from the academy, you have just awakened an ancient dojutsu and bloodline, which was also a became prototype for another bloodline. She started to explain, getting Naruto's attention when the words dojutsu and bloodline were mentioned. Have you heard about the Sage of Six Paths? You mean that guy that some people say is supposed to be the original ninja? Naruto asked. The one who was supposedly the one to create what they called the foundation of ninjas everywhere? Yes, although like some stories, no matter how true are, become forgotten in time. Kyubi said, anyway, his real name is Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and what you don't know is that he was the one to capture the Shinju, the ten-tailed beast, into himself, making him the first container. She gave Naruto a brief history lesson about the man and how she came to be. Anything more would be a spoiler alert, considering I found the info on Narutopedia. As for your eyes, you have just awakened his version of the Rinnegan, which would be the ripples you will see. The tome you will also see, which would increase in number in time, is what served as the base for the Sharingan, which Hagoromo gained after he sealed Shinju into himself. Naruto was shocked over the fact that he had something in common with the Uchiha clan. Wow, there has got to be some kind of irony in there somewhere, he said, getting a mixture of a snort and a giggle from Kyubi because she has seen how high and might the Uchiha clans make themselves out to be. Anyway, what can my eyes do and how is my Sharingan different from the Uchihas? The Rinnegan part of your eyes allows you to gain control all of the elements, including a sixth one that has rarely been heard by anybody, the Yin/Yang element, which involves making anything through imagination. Kyubi explained. After seeing Naruto went from shock over the sixth element to an evil smirk, she knew that a few poor, some well-deserving saps are going to go through a whole new level of pranks. As for the Sharingan part, while you would be missing some of the strongest attacks that only the Uchiha can use, like you can copy all kinds of techniques no matter what kind they are and analyze your opponents. Yet the one thing that makes yours better than the Uchiha version is that it protects you from their eyes in more way than one, as well as see through even the strongest of Jinjutsu. Naruto absorbed everything. So what you're saying is that I might be the next Sage of Six Paths? He asked, getting a nod in return. And did any of those abilities involve understand seals? Kyubi shook her head. No, good chance you have inherited it from your parents, she started to explain. Minato was considered a real once-in-a-blue-moon genius, especially when it comes to seals, and Kushina came from a clan where Fuinjutsu is second nature for them. Meanwhile, while this was going on, Ibiki is at the Hokage's office giving him the heads up. While he was angry that one of his own ninja would go as far as to use an exploding tag to kill him, not caring who they take out with him. Our medic has fixed him up enough, don't worry, he should still be fine, and is still working on him at the hospital, and I have the ANBU keeping guard on the brat, Ibiki said, getting a relief sigh from Hiruzen, although this was before he threw him a curveball. Especially with his new bloodline waking up, which is something you are better off seeing for yourself. Hiruzen was surprised at this because as far as he knew, the only thing that the Uzumaki clan had that would be considered bloodlines is their longevity and ability to control demons. Namikaze, on the other hand, were mainly ninjas with flair for in everything else. The only thing missing was a bloodline. And what happened to the ninja responsible? He asked, getting really sick and tired of people undermining his authority. especially the civilian council. Tell me you plan on giving that. I'm hoping you plan on giving him the works for what he has done and who has put him up to it. I will when the Ice Queens are done beating the tar out of him, considering how overprotective they are of the kid. Ibiki said, getting a shiver from the Hokage due to the fact that there are things more scary than paperwork. Deciding to change the subject, especially from remembering all the times whenever he got caught reading his students' works and came close to kiss a certain part of his anatomy goodbye. NBU, send word to all council members that there will be a mandatory meeting within the next hour, and they will be required to attend or else face Ibiki and Anko for insubordination. Hiruzen ordered. The ANBU shivered at this because even though they were considered elite, even they would never want to face any kind of punishment involving them. And find Kakashi and tell him to get his lazy ass to the hospital or else he'll be chasing that damn cat for the rest of the year without both chakra and his precious eye. The ANBU gave a slight shiver as they acknowledged his orders and left. Even Ibiki shivered because that cat would make even Kagez consider retirement. If it's okay with you, Lord Hokage, I'll go gather the necessary information for the meeting, he said, getting a nod in return. When he started to leave, Hiruzen flicked out of the office. When he arrived in the lobby, he started to walk towards the room that is reserved for Naruto when he was stopped by a nurse. Lord Hokage, you need to tell the ANBU to let the doctors in so that they can do their jobs, she practically ordered, only to get the evil eye, along with some killer intent in return. So you want me to tell my ANBU to stop doing their jobs, so that they can let the doctors in to try and act like they are doing their jobs? Hiruzen asked, while causing the nurse to turn around with a look he knew all too well. And let me remind you that if the doctors would have succeeded, then the Kyuubi would break out and finish what it started. And whose fault do you think it would be? When the nurse's eyes went wide at this, exactly, it would be the fault of the person who decided to give the Kyuubi a reason to attack, especially if they are through the eyes of the person it was contained in. After sidestepping the nurse and reaching his destination, he came upon a commotion between the doctors and the ANBU standing between them and their intended target. Okay, I already have a good idea on what this about, and I do remember you too from the times I brought the boy in and you personally blew me away, the monkey Kage said, causing the two to sweat badly because they know that all those times of blowing off a Kage is going to bite them in the ass finally. So now I can say is that you are fired from the hospital, and I'll make sure you will never start a practice or work in one in this village until you can fully remember the meaning of the Hippocratic Oath and how it implies to everyone. You can't do that, you demon lover, one of the doctors said with a scalpel in hand, only to lose his head in the process. Now do you want to join your friend, or are you willing to walk away on your own power? The Hokage said. The doctor was shocked at what her colleague has done. She knew that he hated the boy with a passion, but she didn't know that it would be bad enough to where he would actually attack the Hokage in such a manner. Giving him a small bow and leaving, she turned to ask, "Why do you defend that thing? You know what it has done." This was when Kakashi came in. "Oh, we know. That is why we are making sure that nothing happens to Naruto," he said, getting a glare from the woman. "The question is what happens if you kill the boy, and it turns out that not only has the Kyuubi has been released, yet you've also killed an innocent boy to make it happen?" The doctor walked away with a lot to think about. The two walked up to the door. "Get somebody to clean up this door and don't let anybody in, especially if it's somebody from the council," Hiruzen ordered, causing one of the ANBU to go to the morgue. They walked in just as Naruto was just starting to come around. Hiruzen took a seat nearby while Kakashi stood in front of the bed, both hoping that Minato's legacy is okay. When his eyes opened, both gasped in shock when they could see that Naruto's eyes were different. Instead of their usual blue, they were a purplish gray with ripples surrounding the iris, with a tome in each other. "Hey Gramps, Cyclops, how's it going?" Naruto asked, getting them to snap out of their little stoop. "Naruto, do you know what happened to you tonight?" Hiruzen asked, while Kakashi was feeling annoyed with the Cyclops nickname, and they could hear some snickering in the background from the ANBU there. "And what happened to your eyes?" "You mean besides the usual threats to my life?" Naruto responded, making Hiruzen feeling guilty for his lack of action. "Anyway, I was walking with Mr. Personality while we were walking." He waved his fingers when he mentioned Ibiki, getting a snicker throughout the room, Then the next thing I know, a kunai lands between us and I notice a tag on the end of it. The only thing I can think of doing is making sure Ibiki was safe, so I used all of my strength to push him out of the way. By the time he was a few feet away from me, that was when the tag went off. This caused everybody in the room to be angry because of how far the villagers go to get some revenge, even at the cost of others. And when I woke up, I talked to a friend. Hiruzen knew which friend he was talking about, and Kakashi figured it out due to how close he is with the boy's family. That was when I noticed my eyes were different, almost like I was seeing things I couldn't have before. And did she tell you what happened to your eyes? Hiruzen asked. Yeah, she said it was the same bloodline that the Sage of Six Paths had, which is the Rinnegan that helped start the Sharingan eyes. Naruto explained. And there is one other thing, but I want to tell you when there aren't so many ears. Hiruzen knew that whenever Naruto said something like this, then he knew it was something important, and he was the only person within the entire village, besides the Ikarakus, who he can trust a secret with, and anybody who wants to know would get something up the ass for their troubles, and the boot would be the least of their worries. He nodded, and they chatted for a bit, mainly about Naruto's dojutsu so he can have something to tell the council. After a few minutes, Hiruzen left by Leaf Shunshin so that he make the meeting on time. Naruto then turned towards Kakashi and asked, Hey Kakashi, does the Sharingan let you see through clothes? Considering that he is the only person in the room who has some experience with the eye. No, but I do know that the Byakugan is said to be capable of such things. Kakashi answered, him being an open pervert, considering how often he reads the Ika books, wondering if it could. Why do you ask? Oh, it must be the Rinnegan part, because the ANBU in the corner doesn't seem to be wearing anything underneath her uniform. Naruto answered, causing two responses. The said ANBU to go red all over enough to give off a glow, which was followed by Kakashi and the other ANBU to faint at the thought. Wow, now I gotta remember who owes me lunch now. This was when the ANBU doctor walked in and noticed the scene. What happened here? She asked, after finally getting the supplies needed and keeping the hospital staff from interfering her duties. Oh, just flushing out a couple of pervs. Naruto answered, before turning towards the embarrassed ANBU. What's up? Naruto, can you really see through my clothes? The ANBU asked. No, I was making that part up. Why? Naruto answered, before it clicked why she asked and why she was blushing all over. Oh, was his only response. Here is the latest chapter. Sorry for it for not being much. Anyway, I just found one reason to hate the Naruto is the fact that they are throwing in a bunch of last-minute info and changing the ones that they made people believe in for years, like the fact that instead of Minato inventing the Flying Thunder God technique, it was Tobirama Senju who created it and Minato only perfected it. Talk about a big letdown. Anyway, like I said earlier, the poll and the challenge are still up. Next chapter, Kyuubi gets released and Hinata might be introduced as well. Read and review and have a nice Thanksgiving. Which means Shizuka will, or might, be appearing in my other version of this story. Anyway, I won't poll this, but feel free to tell me in either a review or PM. I'm planning on giving Naruto and the girls each different weapons. While I plan to give Naruto Sephiroth's sword from FFVII, the others I want to give different weapons to, like Sakura with gauntlets. Tenten would be the exception since she is like a walking arsenal anyway, plus her obsession with weapons would be the perfect running gag throughout the FIC. Just make sure the girl gets a completely different weapon, or if you have to give 2 or 3 weapons, like for example swords, make sure they are different styles from different countries. Hiruzen is in the council chambers, listening as the civilian council bickered on and on about being interrupted with enjoying the Kyuubi festival since it was the only thing they were allowed to enjoy since both Hiruzen and the Fire Daimyo put a ban on all forms of fox hunting, including the ones involving Naruto, which was the main reason why Hiruzen chose the boys' guards carefully in order to make sure nobody tries to use some sort of loophole to break the law. The Hokage, main council and clan heads just shook their heads, except for Fugaku Uchiha, who had a constipated look on his face, wondering who the bigger kid was, the children or their parents on the council. Hiruzen looked at his former teammates and old friend, all 4 of them wishing that it wouldn't be so hard to just find somebody to take over their jobs so that they can finally retire happily, especially Danzo who wishes that he can retire to some tropical place. By the way, the Danzo in this FIC won't have bandages, mainly because I have him as a good guy and I'm not sure if the bandages in the cannon were because of Kyuubi or because of the Sharingan eyes he had implanted on himself. On here, he is pretty much complete, meaning he still has both original eyes and both complete arms. All he has are a bunch scars all over his body. Deciding that they have waited long enough. If you don't become quiet within this very second, those making too much noise will be listening to the whole Flames of Youth speech from Mike Guy. Hiruzen yelled out, causing the entire room to become super quiet, super fast. Even the crickets outside went silent, even though the room was supposed to be soundproof. While it might be considered cruel, especially since he was still a chunin, like his father might die, both had this way of clearing an entire area from the family's Flame of Youth speech to their nice guy pose. And heaven forbid if Guy were to find a pupil like him, or worse, find a woman willing to give birth to one. Seeing how everyone has calmed down, over an hour ago, somebody was crazy enough to attack young Naruto Uzumaki while he was being escorted to my office. Hiruzen started to say when the civilian council interrupted. That demon deserves to die for attacking our village. One yelled out. We need to avenge the fourth's death. Another yelled. Before a third popped up, one more word and you will all be paying a visit to the torture and integration department, along with the would-be assassin. Hiruzen said, getting them to shut up while some were starting to growl. The first person to speak up, Hayashi Hyuga, a close friend of Minato Namikaze, asked about the boy's well-being. How is Naruto doing, Lord Hokage? While considered royalty alongside the Uchihas and Senju, and when compared to the Uchihas on being a bunch of stiffs, thanks to his wife and twin daughters, he was becoming more open with his emotions. The boy is fine. The Kyuubi has already repaired the major damage, as well as the ninja that was escorting him, Hiruzen said, causing most of the room to sigh in relief. Although the ninja tried to use an explosive tag, despite the risk of life. That ninja should have been killed along with the demon, a civilian shouted out. For what? Doing his job. If we were to do that, then we might as well do that to everybody, including each other. Sum Inuzuka said, causing them to growl. So who was the ninja assigned to watch over the pup? Ibiki Marino. Hiruzen said, causing a slight gasp to go through the room for two different reasons. For those who are or were ninjas, except for the Uchiha, it was because they are close friends with the man due to how much he has went through in just a few short years he hit Chunin, from his team being killed by one of Kiri's strongest and sadist swordsman Kisame Hashigaki, to losing his brother in a fire caused by the traitor Aoi Rokusho. Anybody willing to go as far as trying to kill one of their own just so they would have a reason to use the past as an excuse to attack somebody who lost more than they did. The civilian council was the complete opposite because of the fact that they knew they were in trouble. While they agreed to take the risk of having one of their own who were ninja, but loyal mainly to them, try to take out the boy, and his escort would be collateral damage at most, but taking out somebody as important as Ibiki Marino, that would be suicide. Especially since retribution is one of Ibiki's specialties when somebody tries to cross him. So is Ibiki interrogating the ninja now? Inochi asked, concerned about both the boy and his friend. Depends on how much the Ice Queens have left for him. Hiruzen said, causing everyone, including the ANBU in the room, to shiver because of the fact that those four see Naruto as a little brother, and like overprotective sisters if you try to harm them in any way, and then be ready to notify your next of kin. Deciding to continue, and because of the failed attempt on his life, Naruto has awakened an old dojutsu, one that has only been mentioned in legends, and more powerful than the Sharingan and Byakugan combined. This got everybody's attention, especially the civilian council, most of which don't like the idea of the demon becoming any stronger while the rest see potential in gaining more power, and Fugaku, due to him and his clan soaking in the fact that they have the most powerful eyes in the world. Shikaka Nara, the Jonin commander, and head of a clan full of lazy-ass geniuses, or at least whenever their wives don't catch them sleeping on the job, spoke up. Naruto got the Rinnegan? He said, while thinking, Minato, Kushina, your son is making you both seem less troublesome. This definitely got every ninja and ex-ninja's attention since the Rinnegan became as mysterious as the Sage of Six Paths. Everything about the man died just as he did, as well as those that knew him personally or knew of him during that time period. Although that never stops Naruto and Jiraiya, his most loyal student and supplier of his favorite books, from making cracks about Hiruzen's age. Not just any Rinnegan, but one that helps starts a clan, Hiruzen said, causing most of the clan heads' eyes to pop out of their skulls, while Fugaku was seething in anger. That's right. Naruto has the Rinnegan that also served as the prototype for the Sharingan. Meanwhile, Naruto is at the hospital talking to Ayam, daughter of Tuchi, owner of Ichiraku's ramen, telling her about that prank on Kakashi. She was laughing hard because the boy was not afraid to exploit a person's weakness when it comes to pranks. She laughed harder when he told her how he accidentally made up a truth, and that Kakashi and that one male ANBU fainted again when the female ANBU accidentally blurted out the truth. While Ayam might have a small crush on Kakashi, the one thing that irritated the hell out of her was that he always read those perverted Ika books when he isn't busy. Besides a usual visit to the boy, Ayam was there to deliver some ramen to the boy with the Hokage's blessing, mainly to annoy the hospital staff. While people have considered hospital food to taste so bad that it just might kill you, the staff tried to make it lethal for the boy by pouring some poison into his food, which proved unsuccessful since the QB helped not only remove the toxin, but also immunity to it to avoid a second attempt. Said staff responsible for the deed was executed, despite the attempted intervention of the civilian council, claiming that they were doing the village a service by trying to avenge the fourth. So Naruto, what happened to your eyes? Ayam asked, curious about how his eyes went from ocean blue to ripple purple. Thinking about his words carefully, especially when it involves QB, it's a family bloodline, something that I need to be careful on since those stupid villagers would try harder to get rid of me, Naruto said, causing everybody in the room to shake their heads. And since this bloodline involves my eyes, that means I'll probably have the Uchihas and the Hyugas to deal with. While Ayam tried to keep the boy's spirits up, the ANBU in the room were thinking something differently about what the boy just said earlier. Right now, the only Hyugas the boy might have to deal with are those of the main house and the clan elders, while Hayashi might be more acceptable, considering what his wife would do to him if he didn't. The Uchihas would be the biggest issue because of the fact that they are used to being the most powerful in the village, and once word gets out that the young Uzumaki has an dojutsu that might be more powerful than theirs, they would try to destroy him to satisfy their bruised egos. A month later, Hiruzen is going over some important papers while destroying the usual requests to get rid of Naruto either through death or exiled, and to try and use ninjas for personal tasks, which was just from the civilians. He has received reports from the ANBU guarding Naruto on how most of the Uchihas have constantly tried to kill the boy because of the fact that if this boy were to restart the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, especially if the CRA was to be put into play, plus the possibility that the blonde would have Senju blood in him, then he would bring back two clans back, then the Uchiha clan would be back in second place, possibly tied with the Hyugas. What nobody knew was the possibility of a third clan being brought back. Will accept maybe a very small few like Minato's closest friends and Shikaku since the Nara clan are known to figure things out very quickly, but too lazy to say anything unless it was brought up. What made it worse was when the Hyuga elders decided to use some of the branch members, some of which were also Konoha ninjas, to take out Naruto. This brought them down because of the fact that they thought that they would have clan immunity when they say that they were handling a threat to the clan. Hiruzen countered by pointing out that rule only works if the threat was from another member within the clan. Outside, it's considered attempted murder and the power of the village exceeds those of the clans. Now Hayashi selected a new council that was at least around his age, and right now the hardest thing he is going through is getting the clan to become reunified by removing the caged bird seal and merging both houses together. The month also produced a couple of things useful. Flashback. It was the day after that Naruto was put in the hospital and Hiruzen was waiting for the boy to show up at his office, along with Yugao and Itachi who were making sure that the boy showed up in one piece. The one thing he is getting sick of are people going behind his back to attack Naruto in the name of Minato, while also the civilian council trying to see what loopholes they can exploit. Right now, with all the power the civilian council has, he can't help but wonder if they threw in a few laws between Minato's fall and his return to the seat. So he has his two former teammates going over the laws to see if anything seems out of the ordinary in order to balance things out again. Plus, thanks to the info that Ibiki from the would-be assassin, the council member that orchestrated the whole thing lost all their power and is now going to be in prison along with those company of those who aren't afraid to get their hands dirty, in more ways than one. A soft knock was heard. "Come in, Naruto," Hiruzen said. When the boy came in with his escorts, "Hey Gramps, how far are you in that book?" Naruto asked, not resisting the urge to put the old man on the spot. Hiruzen felt a slight shiver when Yugao and the other female ANBU were giving him a look that promised some kind of retribution, whether he is innocent or not. Something he picked up from his wife when his favorite student started to write said books. While as much as he would try to get even with the boy, he knows that it results in brutally humiliating retaliation. "Anyway, Naruto, you have something you wanted to discuss with me?" Hiruzen said, trying to get the attention off of him. "Yeah, but like I said," Naruto said, knowing that his adopted grandfather would understand the meaning. Hiruzen nodded his head at this. "ANBU, give us some privacy, including all of you in the shadows," he said, causing puffs of smoke to appear at where they were located at. After activating the privacy seal, "So Naruto, what was that one thing you didn't want to discuss in front of others?" Naruto gave a deep breath, knowing that even though the old man knows about the whole truth behind the attack, about how Madara Uchiha came along and destroyed Konoha, but also destroyed his family and had a big hand on why he was alone in the world, yet what he had to say might be past too much. "I think I can bring the Kyuubi out without killing the both of us," he said while beginning a countdown inside his head. When he got to 0, "Naruto, are you crazy? You know how crazy the villagers will get if the Kyuubi gets out," Hiruzen said out of concern, not just for Naruto, but for Kyuubi as well, since she was basically not only keeping the boy alive, but also his closest friend, since most of the parents try to keep their kids away from him, even if it does prove that you are both separate beings. Seeing that the old man is done ranting, "Yeah, if she wants that option," Naruto said, really getting the old man's full attention, deciding to explain the part about how he can somehow read seals like he would a book and how Kyuubi believes it might be an inherited factor from both parents. And what Kyuubi wants is to be released as a full-blooded human so that way she can actually have a second chance in life. Giving the old man a new surprised look, plus considering the fact that she has been nothing more than a prisoner since Mito Uzumaki sealed her inside herself. I don't blame her for wanting to get back out to experience freedom again. Hiruzen's face went from surprise to solemn. Ever since Naruto became a link between him and Kyuubi, he started to get a new understanding about the nine-tailed beasts and how badly they have been represented throughout history. From what he has learned from Kyuubi, is that all they wanted in life is to enjoy it the same way humans do, but it is because of humans forcing them inside the bodies of other humans that led to how they are perceived, as well as their containers. In some ways, it just goes to show that the most dangerous thing in the world is human ignorance and human negligence, while the so-called demons are just living creatures that are dragged into things they don't want anything to do with. "I sense that there is a but coming," he said. The one thing he learned a long time ago is that no matter how good things sound, there is always a but coming to remind you that there is always a catch involved. Well, considering that when Kyuubi gets to be reborn as a human, she'll end up having human chakra, meaning that her demonic chakra will have to go somewhere, meaning into me, Naruto said, with Hiruzen understanding right away where this was going, showing why he is known as the Professor, which in turn would make me a Hanyu, and I'm not sure what kind of changes I'll be going through. Knowing when to leave things alone when he needs to, and I'm to assume that you want something from me, am I correct? Hiruzen said. "I need training," Naruto said. "Not just with my eyes, but everything I would need to learn to become a ninja, seals, and all the basic stuff I would need to learn. I know that I can wait for the academy, but I get a bad feeling about it." While glad that the boy knew that he would need help in getting stronger, he felt disappointment because the boy's feelings were founded. Before he came back into power, the civilian council took over the academy and made a whole bunch of ridiculous changes, making it friendlier towards their kids, while making it seem like child's play to those from ninja clans or have parents who are ninjas. What made it more ridiculous was when they replaced a good portion of the interest classes like Fuinjutsu and Kenjutsu for things like etiquette and flower arrangements for the girls. And considering how a good portion of the village feels about Naruto, chances are the council will try hard to sabotage the boy's progress so that way he would become an easy target for anybody. "Okay, I'll make the arrangements," Hiruzen said. "If that is it, would you please tell the ANBU who were on guard duty to come back in?" When the old man went back to his paperwork after canceling the jutsu, Kyuubi told him the perfect prank that would make the old monkey crack. "Hey, by the way, a friend of mine told me that they've seen the fourth do some kind of clones to do the paperwork. although I thought clones were just illusions, Naruto said. Hiruzen knew what clones Naruto was talking about. Oh, you mean the shadow clone jutsu? He said, smiling at the boy's never-ending quest for knowledge. While you normally would be right, but shadow clones are completely solid. Yeah, but wouldn't he have to read the papers anyway to find out what they said? Naruto asked, knowing what the next answer would do. Oh no, the memory of the clone gets passed on to the owner, Hiruzen said, before the smiling face dropped to a grim face, when it clicked on what Minato's secret was. Luckily Naruto already stepped out to tell the ANBU to give him a few minutes when, Minato, you sneaky son of a bitch. Flashback ends. After using every curse he could think of, while also making sure to not reveal any secrets that can get the boy into even deeper trouble, he made arrangements for the boy to start his training earlier than most clan prodigies would. From Itachi and Kakashi helping with his dojutsu and ninjutsu, all the way to help from the wives of the clan heads teaching everything he would learn if Minato and Kushina were still around. The ramen obsession, completely inherited from both. He even taught the boy a few things, along with some of basics on seals, considering that the best teacher for the job is Jiraiya, as long as he isn't too focused on his research. Thanks to Naruto learning the shadow clone technique, his training went faster than it would most of his lifetime. This was when a familiar knock was heard. Come in, Naruto, Hiruzen said, when the boy came in with a big smile. So I take it that today is the big day. Yeah, I'm ready to set Kyuubi free, Naruto said. Yeah, I'm ready to set Kyuubi free, Naruto said. But before I start, I need you to do two things for us that are pretty much connected, he said, getting a small nod from the old man. First is we need you to have all male ANBU leave the room, and the other is we need a female ANBU to do some clothes shopping. When Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, causing Naruto to give a small sigh. Let's just say in my head, Kyuubi is in the human form she wants, and she has clothes on. When she comes out, she can't take the clothes with her. Hiruzen gave an understanding nod at this. No matter what form the Kyuubi will be, if there are a bunch of males around when a naked little girl literally pops in, all hell will break loose, especially from the Ice Queens, who somehow tend to think all males are perverts, at least the adult ones. And you too trust me? Well, yeah, even though you're a dirty old man who probably taught the author of those books a few things, Naruto said, causing a sour look to appear on said man's face, Thundercloud included, while some snickers could be heard in the background, especially since he couldn't say out loud that Jiraiya is a natural-born pervert without consequences upon himself or his student upon his return. We know that there are lines that even you would never cross, so we trust you to do the right thing. While he is glad that his other student, Orochimaru, wasn't mentioned, especially since nobody knows what team he plays for when it comes to romance, at the same time, he can't help but feel disappointed about the darkness the village contains. Like how the people that had high hopes for Orochimaru took their disappointment on Anko when his intentions were revealed just before he became Konoha's most dangerous missing nin. Okay, understood. Weasel, please go outside and tell the other ANBU to not enter until I give the word no matter what, and also to keep everybody out, especially the civilian council. Also for both of you, this is strictly top secret until Naruto and Kyuubi see fit to reveal everything. A slight poof could be heard in the background, indicating that the order was being followed. Butterfly, since you're the only kunoichi in the room, please pick up enough clothes to help the Kyuubi have a decent start. And I'm not sure if it would make any kind of difference, but she is as thin as me and reaches up to my eyes, Naruto said. When the last poof was heard, before he can stop himself, so Naruto, why didn't you give Butterfly a better measurement? Hiruzen asked. Naruto gave him a confused look. What kind of measurements was I supposed to give her? He asked back. Before he can answer that, he remembered that while Naruto is smart for a 4-year-old, he is still too young to understand some things, or allowed to learn without consequence, especially when it comes to the human body, and since Kyuubi will be coming out the same age as him, the only main difference between the two biologically would be between their legs. Slap his hand met his face when Hiruzen realized two things, one by asking Naruto about Kyuubi's measurements before they start to change at puberty. He almost gave the blonde the talk earlier than he should, while two, both question and answer make him sound like the worst kind of enemy, a pedophile. Never mind. Something you aren't ready for at the moment. he said, hoping both Naruto and Kyuubi would forget all about it when the time comes for nature to change a few things. While on the outside, Naruto was keeping a cool head. On the inside, Kyuubi was having trouble due to all of the laughing she was doing right now. After recovering from her tension breaker thanks to her nerves, "Why didn't you at least hint it to him that you knew what he was talking about?" Kyuubi asked. "You mean besides trying to see if I can get one of the most powerful people to sweat out of fear?" Naruto asked, causing Kyuubi to try and keep herself from laughing again, especially after remembering all the times Mito and Kushina would make people like Tobirama and Minato feel like a kid who got caught with their hands in the cookie jar. "I wanted to help lighten the load that Gramps already has on his shoulders when it comes to me. You know what the haters in the village would do if they heard that I already knew something personal about girls." This was enough to get Kyuubi to sober up, knowing exactly what they would do. They would demand his head even more because the demon is planning to mate and they want to stop any spawns from being created. Deciding to go for a different subject, "You know, Naruto, for somebody to know so much at your age, it's really a sign of a young prodigy," Hiruzen said. "Well, considering how my life started out and how I'm being treated by a bunch of idiots, what other choice do I have?" Naruto asked. "It was either get stronger, no matter what people try on me, or let win by becoming what they think of me." Hiruzen couldn't help but to feel both sad and disappointed. Sad because a child is forced to grow up faster to where childhood isn't much of an option, and disappointed because it was the very people that he is supposed to protect that are causing this. What makes it even worse is all the stories he hears about how other villages are treating their containers, and he couldn't help but feel sick at how they are treated over decisions that wasn't theirs to make to begin with, and if they do go berserk, it's the fault of the person defending themselves, not those who give them a reason to. "I would like to apologize to you for not doing enough for you in the village, Naruto," he said. "And you know the reason why I never revealed your heritage to the village was to keep your father's enemies from attacking us when we were at our weakest. Outside of the village I understand, but did he have any enemies in the village?" Naruto asked, getting a questioning look from the old man. "I mean, are there people in the village who can see who I remind them the most and go far enough to make sure Pops doesn't become a grandpop?" Before they can continue, the butterfly ANBU returned, with a few shopping bags. "Where do you want these?" Naruto pointed towards near the door that leads to the Hokage's personal room, which included a bath. When she placed the bags at the designated location, with a couple of bags still in her hands, "I got your friend enough things to last her at least a couple of weeks." "Thank you," Naruto said, before pointed towards her hands. "And you're not by any chance a recovering shopaholic?" Nobody knew how, but the butterfly ANBU was blushing like crazy, along with the mask, before making her exit via Shunshin. "Anyway, do you have the stuff I need to make the seals?" Naruto asked, just as Hiruzen handed him a small quill and bottle of ink. While watching the boy getting to work on drawing a seal onto the floor with perfect accuracy, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel more proud, since the blonde picked up calligraphy just as quickly as his father did, amongst other things, making him a prodigy at a young age, with a touch of his mother's personality. Heaven forbid if Naruto were to inherit Kushina's habit of strike out the culprits period. Screw the questions. From everything he has seen, Hiruzen could tell that Naruto is a prodigy in the making, just like father and Itachi Uchiha, somebody you would be proud of to share with the world. The only major thing keeping him from reaching his true full potential are the bigot villagers who can't seem to move on from their losses and making Naruto seem like the cause for it, with the civilian council making things worse because they get to make money off of the boy's misery and try to find if there are any loopholes in the law they can exploit and keep the oppressors out of jail, considering the boy is under their jurisdiction. The other thing that is starting to become a big deal is the Uchiha clan and the Hyugas from the main house. While the Uchihas have their own prodigy in Itachi, and Hayashi has been telling them about his nephew, Niji, who is about a year or two older than Naruto. With the Uchiha's proud history of being one of the founders of the village, with their all-powerful Sharingan eyes that can copy techniques and control their opponents through forms of hypnosis, along with Genjutsu, the idea of an useless Uzumaki orphan having the more powerful Rinnegan that made their eyes possible is just insulting because of powerful the boy could become if left alone long enough. The main branch of the Hyuga are probably just as bad, if not worse, Then the Uchihas, considering how most of them treat their families like servants and thinking that they are royalty while the rest of the village, including the Hokage, should be worshipping the very ground they walk on. Right now they are steaming because not only were the elders detained for being considered a threat to the village, all because they sent some branch members after a boy because he has the true ultimate dojutsu, but also said boy is being protected by the Hokage, their own clan head, Hayashi, and most of the ninja clans minus the Uchiha. Plus, with a new set of elders that are willing to work with Hayashi's idea of reunification of the clan, which in their minds is giving power to the help, and with the backing of Hiruzen, they can't make the side branch just disappear without raising any kind of suspicion, especially the ones registered as ninjas. When Naruto finished drawing a seal on the floor and around the seal on his navel, he noticed that Hiruzen was lost in his own thoughts. This was something one would think Hiruzen should have learned earlier not to do. Especially, this had two effects from Hiruzen, one being that he screamed like a little girl, something that Naruto is never going to let him forget about, the other being a really foul smell filling the room. When he recovered, realizing he has been had, just before he can yell out at Naruto, he felt that his chair was a little saggy. After getting a good whiff, he realized why and vanished in a poof of smoke to get a clean pair of shorts. A few minutes later, he returned with a clean ass, but the red in his face pretty much said he was mad over how embarrassed he was that he was outsmarted by a boy who hasn't even started school yet. Naruto, why did you do that? Hiruzen said, trying hard not to blow his top. What? I was about to tell you that I was finished with the seals and you were stuck in your mind. You know how hard it is to get you out of it? Naruto answered, causing Hiruzen to just feeling embarrassed, with a hand behind his head, because he knows what he said was true. What else was I supposed to do? Start another bonfire with those books? Now Hiruzen went from red to white because the last time he did that, not only did some of the men wanted to kill the boy for such demonic acts, some of the young women became big supporters of his, considering how much most of the female population hate those godawful books and protected him from the men. While sure, some of those girls are now nothing more than acquaintances to Naruto, yet now they do a little more to make sure the blonde never has a reason to be like the container in Suna. So Naruto, are you ready to begin? Hiruzen asked. The boy gave a small nod. Yeah, and I hope you have a few ANBU ready outside the building in case somebody wants to take another shot at me, Naruto said, before doing about 50 seals, which led to his hands to start glowing. Okay, brace yourself. When Naruto placed one hand on his navel and the other on the floor, both started to glow, before a bright light started to form into something solid on the floor. What was really getting Hiruzen's attention was what looked like chakra of multiple colors were being drawn from thin air, different colors, like as if the world is helping to give Kyuubi a second life. About half an hour later, when the light got brighter and started to go from a small lump to taking the shape of a small human, obviously a girl due to the long hair that developed a few minutes earlier. When the light finally died down into the girl, the movement coming from her upper body indicating that she was taking her first of fresh air for the first time in a very long time, since Mito Uzumaki became her container. When she stood straight up, her lids opened to reveal a pair of hazel eyes, with her fiery red hair reaching down to cover her butt, which was the only thing being covered because, like Naruto said, the only suit she was wearing at the moment is her birthday suit. After taking a look around at her new, now permanent surroundings, she found what, or rather whom, she was looking for. Breaking in her new legs, she tackled the blonde to the ground, yelling out thank you like a machine gun firing. While Naruto was a bit oblivious about Kyuubi being nude, he was still blushing due to instincts that only his body seems to know. Kyuubi, as much as I'm enjoying this, would you please put some clothes on? Remembering who else is in the room, and turning her head enough to see where he is, she realizes that with the position she was in, she was giving him a good view of her butt and a certain part of her anatomy. Even though he would never think of such vile things about children, it was still embarrassing as hell for her to be in such a position. So, after becoming redder than a tomato, jumped to her feet and ran towards the empty, grabbing the bags that the ANBU dropped off. While Naruto was slowly getting back up onto his feet, the smile on Hiruzen's face just grew a bit, because no matter how young the prodigies are, sometimes strength of heart can overpower anything. As much as he would want to put Naruto on the spot, some of his jokes would go over his head, and if he were to ask any of the Ice Queens, Tsume or any of the clan wives, They would things to him that Kushina herself have promised to do to him whenever she had her girly moments, especially when it came to Minato. While he can't use anything that would be found in his students' books, he can still act like the grandfather figure that most people see him as, especially those who tend to fall under the villagers' prejudice which never seems to end. Ever. "So Naruto, how does it feel to be hugged by a girl?" he asked, which caused the boy to become even redder. "It felt nice, but I feel weird for some reason," Naruto said, giving him the typical response of any child. No matter how mature the child can be at a young age, when it comes to certain feelings, they can still be clueless on how to deal with them. Hiruzen gave a small chuckle at this, especially when it came to remembering all the times he had to keep his sons on the straight and narrow when it came to girls. "Don't worry, my boy, those weird feelings will turn out to become something wonderful," he said, while picturing how Naruto would react if by some chance the council tries to force Naruto into the CRA after they decide that it would be better to preserve an ancient bloodline, while also hoping to use their own daughters to help obtain more control over a village that is supposed to be run by shinobi. "Hope I don't end up like that old coot I met at the hot springs," Naruto said. Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of how Naruto first met Jiraiya, Toad Sage and self-proclaimed super pervert, and his godfather, while Naruto knew who his godparents are, and that they were supposed to take care of him if anything were to happen to keep his parents from raising him themselves, like death, and he said that they would have to earn his love and respect, as well as forgiveness for leaving him to the wolves just to pursue their own endeavors. What Naruto was referring to was when, after he finished his training session with Itachi and Kakashi, when they decided to treat him to a day at the hot spring, while also threatening the person there what were to happen if she were to deny Naruto in any way. After getting settled in, they heard a slight giggling in a tree nearby, which after looking was Jiraiya doing his research. Due to Naruto's innate ability to pull a fast one, he found a small pebble and, thanks to his wind chakra, sent it flying into the man's butt, which in turn caused him to leap off of the branch he was on and into the women's side of the hot springs. That was how Hiruzen and most of Konoha knew that he was back. When they hear the girly scream of pain that only occurs when the super pervert gets busted and has to pay a price. When he was thrown out after getting pounded, Jiraiya chewed out the boy for getting him caught, while dusting himself off, only for Naruto to add insult to injury, by using the women's maternal instinct on him by doing the hurt children bit, making it sound like he was being threatened by the oldest man in Springs, resulting in a hand to reach out, grab Jiraiya by hair and yanked him back into the other side of the fence, going for another round of femme fatale, this time making the first one seem like nothing more than a playground brawl. After recovering and meeting the old man, Jiraiya was finally able to realize that he has been played twice by the son of the two that he loved as children, even though they had the same habit of busting his chops about his favorite pastime. Learning about Naruto's life from after Minato's death to when he gained the original Rinnegan, he realized that dropping off gifts and hoping he would get the money he sent him to live off of wasn't enough, especially since too many people thought they had the right to get revenge on a boy whose only real crime was being born when life was being lost, and forced to carry a burden that the rest of the village would be too much of a coward to accept. Right now, Jiraiya is on the lookout for Tsunade and her protege, Shizune, back to Konoha, along with the promise of calling in a debt she owes Hiruzen for letting her wander in her own misery for so long. "Don't worry, Naruto, as long as you give people the respect they deserve, especially girls, then in the long run, they will be more than glad to return the favor," Hiruzen said, although he was pretty sure that if Kushina was still alive, then she would make extremely and lethally sure that her boys would never become the next Jiraiya. Kakashi, he would have been pounded into the ground if he was crazy enough to read said man's books in front of her. This was when Kyubi came back, wearing a simple white sundress with blue sandals on her feet. With a good look, some people could say she could pass for a girly version of Kushina, considering how much of a tomboy she described herself as when she told stories of her life in Yuzushio. When he watched Naruto looking at her with some kind of interest, especially since he probably has no idea what, he couldn't help but think back when Minato and Kushina, which was like this, but a big age gap between the two. "Wow, Kyubi, you look really pretty," Naruto said. Kyubi's face became hidden under the hair, to help hide the blush that was starting to appear on her face. "Thank you, Naruto," she said. Hiruzen couldn't help but feel like a small case of déjà vu hitting him. the difference being that Minato had trouble shutting up to the point where Kushina's fist shut him up before his foot could. Getting back to business. So when is Naruto supposed to absorb your old chakra? He asked the pair. Kyuubi went into a thinking position before saying right about now. And just before they knew it, bright yellow chakra flew out of Naruto, hitting the roof, becoming bright enough to make the Hokage Tower look like a lighthouse. This got a good portion of the village's attention, especially those believing that the demon is showing his true colors to the Hokage, while their counselors decided to call a quick meeting in order to prepare for the boy's permanent removal. The scream of pain was a bit unbearable considering the changes Naruto's body is going through, while Kyuubi and Hiruzen had their eyes covered due to the light. Even though the light was bright, they can still make out an outline of the boy that was changing to show not only his body growing, but also some things growing out of it. After a while, when things calmed down, the two blinked their eyes a couple of times, before doing a double take on what they're seeing now. Before them stood a slightly taller Naruto, with a pair of fox ears on his head, sticking out of his now red-streaked blonde hair, along with his Rinne Sharingan eyes gaining 2 tomos each, adding to the 2 he gained along the way, totaling to 5 each. While in awe, both couldn't help but feel that something is missing. When they were about to ask him about it, they noticed that he looked like he was about to pass out from pain. While the third was a bit clueless, Kyuubi knew exactly what that pain was, even though she no longer carries that particular part. Looking down to confirm it, she could see bulges in both pant legs. His tails are caught in his pants, she explained, getting the man's attention. While not knowing the feeling of such pain, Hiruzen couldn't help but flinch, getting up from his chair and walking up to his surrogate grandson. "Let's get you some relief from the pain," he said, before leading the boy towards the other room. A loud "yow" was heard. When they stepped out, Naruto now has 9 tails sticking out behind him. This was when Kyuubi went girly and tackled him into the ground once again, while getting a feel of the new Naruto, especially the fluffy tail. Hiruzen chuckled because he can picture that being Kushina, before she threatened retribution towards anybody who would say a word of this outside the office. "So Naruto, how do you feel?" Hiruzen asked with some concern, while also trying to figure what needs to be worked out with Naruto's physical instructors. "A little weird, but the good kind," Naruto answered, "although I'm still trying to get used to having tails and ears that move. Now all we need to do is place a genjutsu on you in order to hide your true appearance," Hiruzen said. "Nah, I'll stay the way I am," Naruto said, "considering how badly they flipped when they saw my eyes, and there are still ninja not loyal to you completely. They would dispel it just to help get some mobs started." This caused Hiruzen to frown because the ninjas that came from civilian families, especially the ones with connections to the council. Besides, can you picture the look on everyone's face when we tell them that they created a demon? Everybody laughed at this. While it was wishful thinking, they knew that the villagers would try to deny it, and the civilian council would try to make it where the laws apply only to humans without thinking about the double-edged sword. "Anyway, we need to give you a new name," Naruto said, turning to Kyuubi. "Calling you Kyuubi out there, I don't know what they would do to you." Hiruzen did, and even with the new name, they would be better off not knowing what some of the villagers would do to her for just being with Naruto, which is why he would place a kill-on-sight order to his ANBU on anybody who dares to cross that line, even if it is a council member or somebody of high status. "I agree. A new name would help complete the new life you want to live." Kyuubi nodded in understanding. "That would be fine with me, but the only names I know are of my siblings," she said. While Hiruzen nodded at this, Naruto was already thinking of a name. "Hey, how about Misaki Aiko?" he suggested. Knowing the meaning, which is beautiful bloom, little loved one, Kyuubi. Now Misaki Aiko nodded her head, blushing a bit. "I like it," she said. "As do I," Hiruzen said. "I'll make sure to get all the necessary paperwork done and past my secretary so that way the wrong people won't know the truth." Then he looked towards the new fox boy, and Naruto. "I'll have Kakashi do the necessary shopping considering that all of your current clothes will no longer fit you." "Thanks, Gramps," Naruto said, opening the door. Before he could set foot out the door, the ground shook, and everybody's eyes went wide just as something tackled Naruto. Here it is, the latest chapter. Sorry it took so long. A new hobby shop has opened up in my town, and I have been considering what to take up along with writing, like say going back to building model cars or save up for a telescope and finally take a closer look at the night sky. Plus, my brain kept getting stuck in neutral. Even though Naruto came to an end, right now I'm wondering if Kishimoto pulled a fast one or if somebody twisted his arm when it came to how the final pairing was done. Plus wish he just had Team 7 take out Madara and left out Kagaya, because it was just too much stuff that led to a rushed ending. As for Kyuubi's new name, anybody who has been keeping up, original I was going to go for Misaki Akari, but after looking up what the names meant, which would have meant Beautiful Bloom Cinnabar, and looking up Cinnabar, pretty sure if people looked up the names, they would be wondering what the hell was I thinking. Anyway, not sure how long my updates are going to be, but I will keep on writing them. Read and review, and since today is Armed Forces Day in the US, yet for everybody around the world, please make sure to give respect to the troops who are sacrificing so much only to receive so little in return. Well, I'm back and sorry for the wait, been busy dealing with life while also making some changes in my life that are past due. Also with how the series ended, along with the canon couples and Gaiden right now, been far from pleased, especially with the main reason behind the couples. To put simply, even though the couples are official, but I'm not buying it because even though the guy claims to be a Naruhina fan himself, he doesn't seem to do a good job maintaining it considering that in Gaiden, Hinata pretty much gets treated the same as she does the rest of the series, with the movie not doing her much justice. Basically, like Naruto becoming the Hokage without a clue whether or not he was actually promoted or not, chances are, Kishimoto just decided to do the leap of faith approach to where almost everybody gets their happy endings instead of the slow and steady approach to where he has everything build up and climb the ladder towards one. Also, after reading fanfiction so long, got depressed after remembering one sad fact about it, but at a ratio of probably at least 1,000 to 1, there are way more fics that are left hanging than there are completed one, especially if any of them are sequels that never seem to finish the story, and that's not just what's on my alert list, but also just about every website that does fanfiction. And there are some fanfics that have been left since the 90s. Sad, isn't it? Anyway, like I've been telling people, the harem is non-negotiable, it stays the same. If you don't like it or want to try your own version, feel free to take the challenge I have posted on my profile, and those who review who don't like harems or don't like a specific girl like Sakura, then what the hell are you doing reading this FIC? As a reminder, here is the harem list. Misaki Aiko, female Kyuubi. Hinata Hyuga. Hanabi Hyuga, Hinata's twin. Sakura Haruno. Ino Yamanaka. Tenten. Isaribi. Yakumo Karama. Dawn Uchiha, OC, Sasuke's twin sister. Oh, before I forget, thanks to what seemed like a landslide, Naruto's parents will be making a comeback. Now got to figure out when is the best time, although it would probably be way before the academy starts, because after the academy, especially since I'm going to make it where Naruto and the girls are older than the canon, that is a lot of catching up, and in some ways, missing out on too many things that shouldn't be missed. While Hiruzen nodded at this, Naruto was already thinking of a name. Hey, how about Misaki Aiko? He suggested. Knowing the meaning, which is beautiful bloom, little loved one, Kyuubi. Now Misaki Aiko nodded her head, blushing a bit. I like it, she said. As do I, Hiruzen said. I'll make sure to get all the necessary paperwork done and past my secretary so that way the wrong people won't know the truth. Then he looked towards the new fox boy, and Naruto. I'll have Kakashi do the necessary shopping considering that all of your current clothes will no longer fit you. Thanks, Gramps, Naruto said, opening the door. Before he could set foot out the door, the ground shook, and everybody's eyes went wide just as something tackled Naruto to the ground. When the dust settled, Hiruzen's eyes went wide, while Misaki felt a bit jealous, because under a pile of girls of different ages was Naruto, with his ears and tails getting all of the attention. Judging by the looks of things, including Misaki, there is an even dozen of girls in the room. The one mentioned looked like she wanted to defend the boy, although not entirely sure, considering that her feelings are still those of a 4-year-old, considering that her hand was twitching. Getting a good look at who was petting Naruto, he could see 5 girls around Naruto's age, give or take a few months, a pink-haired and blonde, who were rubbing an ear and his cheek each with their own, being near the whiskers that become more defined through the transformation, while using a hand to scratch said ears, while the other 3, one a brunette and the other 2 with black hair. Next there were 4 grown women, which he can assume are their mothers, a blonde, a brunette, an older brunette, and a dark-haired woman. The other two are his own ANBU, one with the butterfly mask that did Misaki's shopping, and the other had a cat mask on it. When the blonde by Naruto's ear yelled out, "Hey you! Don't you want to join in?" Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle when Misaki charged in and started to rub Naruto's whiskers, along with the rest of his face, which was the only thing left not being petted. Right now, if Naruto's features can be passed down with the Rinne Sharingan, then that would be two bloodlines, along with the abilities that the Uzumaki clan are known for. Then he would be forced into the CRA by the civilian councils, and he, along with the rest, would have to oblige to it, especially since it would be for the good of the village. God, there are times he hated that line with a vengeance, especially when it involves human lives, even more so when he has to make the choices that nobody wants, including Danzo, after almost getting too close to crossing that one point after using that line one too many times. Yet the one thing that can be negotiated, whether the civilians like it or not, especially since it would be a ninja clan that is going to be rebuilt, was the minimal number of girls for Naruto to marry, and what age he needs to be in order to impregnate a girl, because there will be no way in hell that he, the elders, and the clan heads would ever force Naruto to start too early to where he hasn't started puberty, or just starting it. One good thing that might be going for Naruto is that he already has a head start on it to where whatever number the council decides, he already has 6 girls that would destroy any plans of theirs to try and get one of their daughters to be a part of it. And considering the fact that he can recognize the mothers, then he knows that Naruto wouldn't have to worry about gold diggers and status climbers, especially considering how close they are to Kushina. When his perverted side tried to kick in by saying, "Lucky little bastard," and picturing what Naruto and the young girls would look in the future, fully grown and reenacting a scene, he shook his head to get those thoughts out before they get him killed, because while the only thing Naruto can do is prank him to the point of utter humiliation, thanks to his inherited hatred towards perverts he got from both parents, being in the presence of mothers and 2 ANBU, one being part of the infamous Ice Queens, they would downright pound the living daylights out of him with a vengeance, because there are young children around. After seeing Naruto's face about to explode from embarrassment, and for some really strange reason, the mothers are already planning the wedding, or rather declaring whose would be better, and whose grandchildren will be better, causing a sweat drop to appear on the old man, along with the male ANBU. Hiruzen decided to stop now before they reached their great-grandkids, so with a light cough, which was enough to get everybody's attention, giving them a slight chuckle, "Ladies, as much as I enjoy your enthusiasm for the future, but I need to remind you that young Naruto Uzumaki is still 4 years old, and still has a lot of growing up to do before he can even reach that stage," he said, causing the mothers to blush in embarrassment. "And while I'm at it, can you please let go of Naruto? He can use a break from all of the love right now." Seeing how Naruto was red, from the tip of his ears to the tip of all 9 of his tails, and the fact that he looked like he was about to faint with a slight they all let go and returned to their feet, with a little help getting back onto his feet by the 2 ANBU, with the young girls standing on both sides of Naruto, forming part of a circle, while the mothers forming the other part. When the name registered to the mothers' minds, "Wait, Naruto Uzumaki, you mean as in?" One of the blondes started to ask, only to be stopped by the only male blonde in the room, well, somewhat blonde. Excuse me, miss, but maybe we should do this when there aren't the risk of unnecessary ears in the room," Naruto said, because you never know who is listening in and also never know which side that person is working for. Hiruzen gave an understanding nod at this, because after thinking over what Naruto was trying to tell him about Minato having enemies inside and outside the village, he realized that all he was doing was delaying the inevitable by keeping the boy's lineage a secret, especially if any of the people in the village still hold a grudge against the man for trying to make sure that power within the village has some balance, while also not being afraid to bring down those who thought that they were above both the law and the Kage. "Very well, cat, butterfly, return to your posts," he ordered, getting another from them, and he was pretty sure they were pouting under the mask, being more ladylike than the rank they are given, but they complied since they are on the clock. When they reached the door, "Oh, and cat, make sure to tell your friends to start expecting sisters in the future." He could tell that Yugao was smiling at that thought after figuring out what he was talking. After nodding and knowing that right now, just about everything has something to do with him. "Well, I'll go first," Naruto said, while scratching the back of his head, while everyone female was fighting the urge to go all girly on him again. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, but in the future Namikaze." This caught the mothers by surprise, while their daughters didn't seem to recognize the name, mainly because they are at the age of not really knowing or caring much about the history of Konoha, just the fairy tales that their parents read them in order to have a good night's sleep. Misaki stepped up. "Hi, I'm Misaki Aiko, and I just arrived here," she said, although, except for Naruto and Hiruzen, nobody knows how literally she meant that. The mothers decided to introduce for both themselves and their daughters since said girls were looking a bit shy, judging by the slight blush on their cheeks, along with the huge smiles, and the fact that the first thing they seemed to be focused on Naruto's tail, probably wondering what it would be like to be wrapped by one of them, although they aren't any better. One of the blondes stepped up, this one having just a simple hairstyle. "Hello Naruto. My name is Mabuki Haruno, and the pink-haired girl is my daughter Sakura." Sakura gave a small wave, while her face was starting to match her hair more, while Mabuki tried hard not to do anything crazy yet since she wants to give her friend's son some closure, especially from what he had to start off with in life. The brunette walked up next, looking a little shy, and after noticing that her eyes were pure white, no pupils whatsoever, meaning that she is a Hyuga, and getting a good look at two of the girls on both sides of him, that have the same eyes, and one of them having a matching hair color, and he couldn't help but flinch a bit since his previous encounter with Hyuga were far from pleasant, even though the ones attacking him were branch members who apologized for attacking him, especially since his eyes posed a threat to the order of things in the village. Seeing the flinch, she knew that Hayashi would have to also apologize personally to the boy for what went on behind his back. Giving him a slight bow, "Hello Naruto, I am Asami," translation, "Morning Beauty. Name courtesy of Creed Razor Reaper. Thanks man, Hyuga, and the two girls on your sides are my twin daughters, Hinata and Hanabi," pointing to each girl when saying their names, so that he would know which is which, causing Hinata to touch her fingers, and Hanabi was getting ready to live up to her name judging by size of her smile, and the wave she gave, both blushing a bit more. "And also," she continued, although her eyes started to water up, "I would like to apologize on behalf of my husband, Hayashi, who is the clan head, and the Hyuga clan for what our elders tried to do behind his back, by trying to kill you for something just because of their own fears." This was when the black-haired woman stepped forward, after seeing her friend try to make amends for her clan's stupidity, and after seeing Naruto give her a flinch as well from remembering his experience with her clan trying to kill him as well. She felt just as bad because it was her best friend's son that was on so many people's assassination list, and her own husband pretty much encouraged the attacks, along with getting their youngest son ready to take the blonde out, trying to force him to become another prodigy like her oldest. "I would also like to apologize as well, Naruto, for what my clan has tried to do because of their wounded pride over who has the better eyes." After seeing Naruto calming down, and looking like he has his mother's sense of who is lying or not. "My name is Makoto Uchiha, and the girl on the end is my daughter, Dawn," said girl, who was pretty much the mini version of her mother, just gave a small nod, while trying to hide her blush. "And unlike most of our clan, myself, along with Dawn, and my eldest son Itachi, don't believe in the fact that our eyes are what makes up great." Taking a look at the two women, who he can tell are strong, but are right now looking a bit fragile because of actions of those with too much power, Naruto knew what needs to be said. "You're forgiven," he said, and watching as their heads shot up, with the spark of hope shining in their eyes. "I know not to blame everybody for something that a bunch of bullies have done. I don't want to be like those people who keep blaming me for everything that goes wrong." The final woman, the brunette with her hair in a bun, and sporting a regal look, walked up and gave a respectful bow. "Hello Naruto. My name is Ju Yamanaka, and the blonde by Sakura is my daughter, Ino." Said blonde had a big face-splitting grin on her face when she gave a finger wave. After seeing that the intros are done, "Nice to meet everybody, and I get the feeling you four knew my parents in more ways than one," Naruto said. "Oh yes," Asami answered. "Except for Fugaku, we, along Tsum and the rest of the clan heads, along with their wives, were really close to your parents. And we'll be more than glad to tell you stories about them in the future," Makoto said, betting an appreciative nod from the fox boy, "including a few things that she would probably want to keep secret from you." In the afterlife, a certain redhead felt the urge to start smashing some skulls of people who know her too well. With everything out of the way, everyone was sitting down, Naruto and the girls on one couch, the mothers on the spare, while Hiruzen stayed in his regular seat, although the adults were smiling a bit at a blushing Naruto. The main reason being that the girls all wanted to sit by Naruto, so they came to a silent arrangement, or rather found an empty spot, and somehow they all worked. Misaki and Dawn are both sitting on his lap, his arms being held by the Hyuga twins, and his legs, well, the parts closest to the floor, hugged by Sakura and Ino. And for an added bonus for them, each girl had a tail or two wrapped around them, making them feel safe and warm. This got the adults smiling and picturing what the future holds for them. Although Hiruzen's was different from the mother's. While he is glad that the boy is having a head start at finding love, although somebody would have to explain it to him when he is getting closer to puberty, he can't help but picture how Minato and Kushina would react to this, especially since Kushina has a tendency to go overboard when excited. With the mothers, they couldn't help but feel pleased at how close their daughters have already become to their friend's son, although they also couldn't help but feel a lot of heartbreak will be coming in the future. Plus, they felt a bit envious with the girls for finding their future Teddy Fox so early. Deciding to get on with those, "Well, Naruto, now that everybody is comfortable," he said, causing the kids to blush and the mothers to giggle. "Go ahead and tell them everything, and I'll gladly fill in the gaps." Naruto gave a small nod and decided to tell them something that would double also as a bit of test on the people to see if they will follow their hearts or the crowd. Releasing a small sigh, he decided to start off with what happened about a month ago. "Okay, you all know about me gaining a dojutsu, right?" Naruto asked, getting a nod from everybody. "Well," he started to explain, only to be interrupted by his fellow blonde. "Wait, Naruto, you're the one who—" "Yeah, can you?" Hanabi asked, double-teaming him with the same eyes. When the other four pretty much surrounded him with those eyes, he didn't stand a chance, which in turn gave him his first lesson about girls. They know how to fight dirty when they need to. So he gave another sigh, before looking back up and activating the Rinne Sharingan, which, by what looked like a ripple effect, his eyes went from a blue slit to purple with rings and tomes on it. Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's predicament, at how it didn't take long for him to give in into a simple request, although since Naruto was pretty much outnumbered, he had as much of a chance resisting that as much as Kakashi avoiding a half-off sale of Ika Ika books. Looking at the mothers, while they are in awe like their daughters when it came to his eyes, he could also see that they had a small smile that says that they hope for the best, while at the same time, bracing for broken hearts. After Naruto tells his story, Hiruzen is going to give them some news that will be happening in the near future, which might make quite a few people happy. Deciding to get on with the story, Naruto turned off his eyes to the disappointment of the girls. "Anyway, I got these on my birthday when some idiot tried to blow me and my bodyguard up," he said, continuing the story, causing the mothers to scowl at this and the girls to gasp. "And the reason why they did that is because 4 years ago, sometime after I was born, somebody came by and ripped the QB from my mother's belly. And not much was left out on what happened during the first 4 years, well, his only 4 years at the moment in his life, with Hiruzen providing backup from Madara Uchiha or somebody doing a pretty good impression of him, being the real reason why Naruto had a bad start in life, to who Misaki truly is, and now I'm pretty much now part Demon Fox while Misaki is getting a chance to live a life." When the focus turned to her, Misaki had her head down, her voice dripping with guilt. "Do you hate me now since I was the reason why so many lives were destroyed or damaged because of my actions?" she asked, waiting for somebody to attack her. Instead, she was surprised to feel not just Naruto's arms hugging her, but also the other girls. "It's not your fault, Misaki. Somebody made you do all those things," Naruto said while letting her use his shoulder to cry on, like how Hiruzen or the ramen chefs would do whenever he needed to let his emotions out. Hinata spoke up next. "Yes, Misaki. We won't blame you for something you never wanted to do. And don't think we will think anything bad about you, ever," Sakura said. This finally broke the dam, because Misaki started to bawl out from all the love she was receiving, which caused a ripple effect since Naruto and the other 5 started to tear up. Outside the group, the mothers were smiling themselves as well as tearing up, because their daughters are showing what they themselves would have done, along with making them realize even more that the 9-tailed demons are also creatures of feeling as well. Even Hiruzen was feeling proud that both Naruto and Misaki are having a fresh start in life, while also feeling a slight pain in his heart, because what Misaki went through, he has seen in the eyes of several of his ninja that were pretty much forced to do such vile deeds themselves, especially if they were orders given by himself, and felt such guilt for taking so many lives, especially from the innocent who weren't given a chance to enjoy the rest of their lives. While the kids are busy supporting the one that needs it, Hiruzen decided to have a chat with the mothers, to let them know what the future will be holding for the youngsters, so that they would have something to discuss at home with their husbands, when three of them will be hearing the same thing real soon. Well, looks like a bright future for the young ones are started to ignite with a single spark, he said, getting a slight nod from the mothers, while one of them gave out a small indeed as a response, especially when what took a couple of minutes, the young ones separated and started to talk. And I have something that might make everyone in the room happy. Naruto interrupted him after something clicked him. Hey Gramps, what did you mean when you told Kat to tell her friends to expect sisters in the future? He asked, giving him a curious look that includes tilting his head, only to get tackled by the girls surrounding him, yelling out cute, due to how his fox looks tend to add to his cuteness for the girls. Hiruzen was laughing up a storm at the boy's predicament, especially when there are four grown women who look like they want to jump in at any second. Well, looks like the future of Naruto's clan is going to be in good hands, he said, deciding to drop the bombshell, especially since Naruto is being smothered by his future wives. This got the mother's attention. While Mabuki looked at the guy for even suggesting polygamy, or her daughter being close to be considered a concubine, while the other three, being clan wives, had a good idea what the Hokage was pointing out, the Clan Restoration Act? Ju asked, understanding what Naruto new bloodline would lead to. When Hiruzen gave a small nod, and you're planning Naruto's future for his clan already? Asami asked, isn't he a little too young to be planning a marriage? Hiruzen's smile dropped after the first question and gave a small sigh. I was going to wait until Naruto was old enough to know about the birds and the bees before offering it to him as a choice, especially if he still met the girls, considering how he would never want to break someone's heart. Then he probably would have, along with asking your daughter's opinions. He said, but after what just happened, the civilian council would find some law that would make it happen right away, especially after I stopped them from trying to kill him, especially if they try too hard to make sure that they get some kind of control over what was left to Naruto by his parents by using their own daughters. This was when Mikoto put it all together. And with our daughters, then not only can you negotiate a reasonable number, but also Naruto should be safe from the rest of the village from trying to force him into marrying their daughters. She said, and if some of those girls are also from major clans, then he has political backing, especially if the clans are also close allies. Exactly, Hiruzen said, and if we can make sure the age to produce heirs when Naruto and some of the girls are at least at the age of consent, even when they are ninja, then we'll be giving them a chance to grow both as children, friends, and by the time they graduate the academy, something a bit more. This was when everybody's focus returned to the children, and they all can't help but laugh, because Naruto was trying to recover his breath, considering how blue his face is, with the girls apologizing for hugging him too hard. At least I know the boy would be in good hands, even if I don't live long enough for him to show me my first great-grandchild. After giving Naruto and the girls a brief and age-friendly version of what is about to come, they all nodded in agreement that they would give things a try, especially since the girls were blushing at the thought of marriage, which caused some smirks to appear on their mothers' faces, meaning that there will be some long-term teasing for a good long time. This was when a knock at the door got their attention. Removing the seal, enter. Hiruzen replied to the person on the other side, having a good idea what the reason is for being disturbed. The door opened to reveal Weasel, aka Itachi Uchiha. Lord Hokage, an emergency council meeting has been formed and you, as well as young Mr. Uzumaki's presence has been demanded, he said. And why didn't my secretary inform me? Hiruzen asked while having a pretty good idea who called the meeting. Oh, she was getting too full of herself. So we thought that a trip to Ibiki would make her lose a few pounds from her head, Itachi answered, keeping a perfectly straight face, although those that knew him knew that he was more than glad to send her towards said man. Hiruzen gave a small sigh, knowing that he would need to start looking for another eligible secretary, one that wasn't suggested by the civilian council, since he was sure she was one to give them information that their eyes aren't allowed to see. Very well, me and Naruto will be on our way. You and Cat will be escorting Miss Aiko to Naruto's apartment and guard her while we fact the council," he said as everybody got onto their feet and go their separate ways. When they all started to walk towards the door, "Don't forget the rest of your stuff, Misaki," Naruto said, making sure that his friend didn't forget the stuff that would help start her out on things in life. "Oh yeah, thanks Naruto," Misaki said, before giving him a quick kiss on the cheek, before heading towards the room she left them, causing the other 5 girls to glare at her, not knowing that they are feeling jealousy for the first time. When she came back, Naruto turned towards the mother. "Hey, if it's not too much trouble, but would any of you be kind enough to take Misaki shopping for more stuff?" Naruto asked, looking towards the ground while his ears went flat. "I'd go with her, but..." Getting a hand on his head, he looked up to see Mikoto, along with the rest of the mothers, giving him an understanding smile. "We would love to help your friend," she said, getting nods of agreement from the other mothers. When he started to smile, his ears went up, along with his tail starting to give a small wag. He was in danger of being smothered by 4 grown women again, along with Hiruzen in danger of perverted thoughts, since they would pick him up and hug them against their chests. "Are you sure?" Naruto asked, feeling concerned about the people he just met. "I don't want you to." He was stopped by Asami, everyone glad that the boy was still selfless despite the selfish nature of most of the village. "No Naruto, we want to, and it's the least we can do for our friend's son," she said, "and you don't have to worry. We know a few stores that would be glad to serve you, especially since some of them are run by people who opened them after the attack." Mabuki continued from there. "And since you have already got a bit of a head start with your ninja training, we know the perfect store that would be more than glad to help you get what you need to get better," she said with a smile. "The owner is a good friend of ours, along with a good portion of the ninjas, especially your parents, so he should be more than glad to help you with all your needs." Naruto gave them a thank you while Hiruzen noticed the look on the women's faces, and while he too would recommend the ninja shop they are talking about to Naruto, he also had a sneaky suspicion that these ladies are probably planning to play matchmaker with said friend's daughter, who, like him, is nuts about weapons and a bit of a tomboy. Over at said weapons shop, a 5-year-old girl was watching her father making kunai when she had a weird feeling hit her in the heart. After looking around, she shrugged her shoulders and went back to watching her father at work. Back with the main group, Hiruzen and Naruto separated from the rest of the group, with Raven and Butterfly being the lookout for the girls, especially Misaki, when she is dropped off at Naruto's place. Last thing anybody wants are the villagers doing something really unforgivable. Even though he is still getting used to his body changing so much, with his tails just seem to be floating with the breeze as he walks, he was already thinking the possibilities of how they can be of use, whether fighting or pranking or shopping or cuddling with the girls. Where did that come from? He thought, while a blush appeared on his face. Seeing the blush, Hiruzen, along with the ANBU, couldn't help but smile, because it was apparent that Naruto's heart became linked to girls his age. Yet it's going to be a long time before he understands what his heart is telling him, especially if they keep a certain perverted Sannin from corrupting the boy in the ways of the human flesh. Hiruzen was tempted to tease the boy, yet at the same time, he knew when to keep his trap shut, since the boy would probably counter what he would have said with using his future nuptials as a way to bruise his perverted ego. When they reached the doors that led into the dreadful council chamber, made so because there are a bunch of civilians who try too hard to stick their noses into things that they shouldn't be, especially if it involves things that they have no clue on, like shinobi matter. And judging by the screaming, said group was going full charge with their vendetta. Giving off a small sigh, all 4 in the group, Hiruzen turned to face Naruto. "Are you ready to face the music?" he asked. Naruto just shook his head. "Not really, but it's not like I have many choices in my life," Naruto said. This caused the other 3 to feel sorry for the blonde since he was hardly given any choices involving his life. Looking up at them, "Anyway, do you have any sound seals for the civilian council? My head is starting to hurt just from being out here." Hiruzen had a depressed look on his face. "No, unfortunately, I do not, and it's still being researched to see how to apply it without violating somebody's rights," he said, and looking at the boy, or rather his new ears, he understood why he would ask. since the boy's body change would include stronger senses. But I will make sure that the whole meeting is bearable enough for you. Both gave each other a small nod before walking into the lion's den. Inside of the chambers, while the civilians are spouting out nonsense about the demon showing its true colors and needs to be put down before it finishes the first attack, or to the rest of the room, stop it so they don't end up paying for their own stupidity, the rest were ignoring them. Except for Fugaku, the clan heads, along with the three elders, were just playing a little card game to pass the time, since they learned a long time ago that the best way to beat the council was to either catch them completely off guard, or just let them wear themselves out, while also keeping an eye out for any orders that would violate the laws of the village. Mainly, use their ninja training to help deal with politics. When the doors opened, there were two different responses when people got a look at the new Naruto. On one side, the one with the liberals looked like they were getting ready to have a heart attack, even though they don't seem to have hearts. On the other side, there are some that looked shocked, there are some that were curious, two were neutral, and the last two, the only ninjas/ex-ninjas in the room, were about to have a girly moment. Things were neutral until Naruto learned an important lesson that he will remember for the rest of his life. Slam, yow, to make sure all tails are closer to his body whenever anything closes. Open the door. Open the door. He yelled out in rapid fire, until Hiruzen ran back and did as ordered and closed them as he watched as Naruto was holding the tails that were caught. Are you feeling all right, Naruto? Hiruzen asked, feeling a bit responsible for making sure his grandson didn't get hurt, even if it was accidental and also not his fault. Yeah, I'm fine, Gramps, just feeling really sore, Naruto answered, while in the background, the elders and clan heads were rolling their eyes from their designated spots, because the civilian were throwing insults towards the boys. When the Hokage walked towards his chair, with an evil look on his face that spelt trouble for those who are seriously pressing his patience. When he got to his spot, Naruto, who, even though his ears and tails are twitching slightly, he looked towards the civilian council and used a line known to be used by one shinobi. Did any of you say something? Now all hell really broke loose, with the civilian council losing their minds because, in their heads, the boy had the gall to treat them like they are lower than him, while a good portion of the rest of the room broke out laughing, or giving a slight chuckle, with the exception of Danzo and Hayashi, who even though tend to keep a tough exterior, but were laughing on the inside, while also respecting the boy's courage at facing such worthless opponents. Shibi, since nobody ever seems to know what he and the rest of the Aburame clan are thinking or if they are capable of expressing emotions, and Fugaku mainly because he believes himself to be above everybody else and don't like it when anybody has the nerve to say otherwise. Deciding to get down to business, Hiruzen released a strong wave of killer intent as his gavel, to tell everybody to settle down and shut up. Seeing that everything is in order, all right, now that everybody is here, what is the meaning behind calling this meeting? Hiruzen asked, although he already got a good idea on what it is going to be about. Lord Hokage, we have warned you about how letting the demon live could prove fatal to us all. So we demand he be removed from the village, either by death or banishment. One civilian yelled out. Hiruzen pinched his nose, already feeling the headache, while the rest of the ninja/former ninjas looked at the other side, finding it amazing how they keep accusing Naruto of things when they don't seem to provide one bit of proof, which in this case, since the third walked in without a mark on his body, then, what makes you think I have been attacked by Naruto? Hiruzen asked, and what proof do you have of Naruto's so-called attack on me? Because of the fact that there was a bright yellow chakra that came from your office, another yelled out. And since some of us seen that demon enter your office, obviously he decided to show his true colors. Next thing anybody knew, said council member lost their job when an ANBU took that person to Ibiki. This was when Danzo stepped in. And how do you know that young Naruto has actually attacked the Hokage? He asked, especially since said person walked in without a single sign of being attacked? After getting a good hard look at Hiruzen, they realized that while he doesn't look hurt, he would be more than glad to put the rest of the civilian council into a whole world of hurt for trying to use him as an excuse to take out Naruto. So if the brat didn't attack or Lord Hokage, then how do you explain that? A councilwoman asked, pointing towards Naruto, who didn't look fazed by all of this, especially with all of the finger pointing that he is going through. Oh, that Well, that is a new bloodline that is just making itself known. Hiruzen answered for Naruto, keeping it in a half-truth. That attack on Naruto's birthday seemed to have damaged the seal to where if I hadn't to fix the seal to keep the Kyuubi from breaking out, and Naruto from absorbing too fast, and knowing what was about to be said, and know if I didn't stop it, the fox would be back, one way or the other. While the civilians were white as a ghost at hearing that, everybody else knew that their Hokage wasn't telling them everything. Yet if it involves Naruto, they can understand why, since a good portion of the village is full of self-righteous bastards using other people's death as an excuse to do the inexcusable. They are willing to wait until the civilian council and Fugaku leaves after the meeting is over before asking questions. The ones who have a pretty good idea what is being hidden are Shikaku, Hayashi, Shibi, and Fugaku, along with Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu having a good idea what laws that Hiruzen is trying to keep from getting abused, especially a certain law that was written, but never used because at the time all clans were just barely getting off the ground themselves. To put it simply, while some villages have practiced it once or twice, although some were more forced, in Konoha, Naruto would be the first, even though his clan had their own home outside the village. Knowing that the gears are turning and what they are planning, yet like some things when it comes to politics it's usually first come, first serve. And since Naruto is the holder of two bloodlines, along with being the true heir and last member of the Uzumaki clan, I hereby place him under the Clan Restoration Act. He said, getting everybody's attention. With a minimum of 3 girls to join his family, which he well allowed to choose by his 16th birthday, and by his 18th, 1 or 2 of them should be carrying a child. Now this got a whole bunch of different reactions from the rooms, with some of the civilians trying to either deny the boy before he makes spawns, some because they don't want Naruto to gain access to the Uzumaki funds that they themselves have been denied to, change the CRA to a ridiculously younger age or number, or even have it where they choose the future wives, mainly their own daughters and rest of the council. Well, some were shocked that Hiruzen would even suggest that, especially to a young child, yet they kept quiet. Although Fugaku was thinking of ways to stop the young demon from becoming stronger than the Uchiha clan. Deciding that he has had enough. Silence. Hiruzen yelled out, making the room, getting things back on track. I have looked up the laws, and I also know that since the Uzumaki were, or rather, soon to be are, a ninja clan, then you don't really have too much of a say in the matter. He said with small smiles. And before any of you so much as think of trying to have your daughters and granddaughters on Naruto just so you can gain access to what's rightfully his, remember, he is still a child, so if you so much as try to rush things, I will sick the Ice Queens on you. This caused a lot of people to shiver because there are only 2 things that would the small group to attack. 1 is when any kind of pervert that can't take the hint, 2 if you mess with their little brother. Deciding that he had enough if this farce meeting. Okay. Now I call this meeting to an end. And I don't feel like listening to any more backtalk, so leave now, or I won't be the only one throwing you out. Hiruzen said, giving them a look that reminds them that the title god of shinobi isn't just for show. The room was cleared of civilians, with Fugaku not too far behind, some of them giving Naruto a slight glare, which was ignored before they left. When it became just Naruto and the high-ranking officials that still know the difference between politics and actually doing what they're supposed to do. When the door closed, Hiruzen gave his next order. All ANBU in the room, leave, and be on the lookout for any eavesdroppers, especially if they are council members or Uchiha. A few poofs were heard. Root, you as well. Make sure this conversation stays private. Danzo yelled out, which was followed by another set of poofs. Originally, Roots was meant to be beyond Black Ops, doing things that even ANBU would be restricted to do, especially if it involves doing things without getting fingers pointed at the village, which was heading towards getting disbanded by Hiruzen because what they do tends to question how far one would go for one's village. After a talk between the 2 friends, it was agreed upon that Root would be a subdivision of ANBU with Danzo in charge, while still reporting straight to Hiruzen, and a major makeover of the group by making sure that, while still soldiers of Konoha, they still have their humanity through emotions, and there would be no more recruiting of any kids who haven't even started the academy yet, while clan heirs are especially off limits. Like everything else, it was a bumpy start, but Danzo did see better results when his troops are fighting from the heart, and he was able to see things from his friend's point of view on how life should be treated with love, not peace. Now, he was able to enjoy the joys of family with his wife, children, and grandchildren. After everybody grouped up around Naruto, Hamura was the one to speak up. All right, old friend. What could cause you to place somebody as young as Naruto into a program that is supposed to be given to him when he is at least close to becoming a teenager? The man asked, since he is like a walking law book which helps Hiruzen and the elders completely whenever they go over the laws and make sure the civilian council don't try to put in false laws to take power from the shinobi and give it to them. Yes, Hiruzen, Koharu said, wanting to know what would cause her old friend to make such a move. Usually, you would usually be the one to prevent such things from happening to Naruto, so why the change of approach? Hiruzen gave a small sigh, but Shikaku was the one to answer. Because if he didn't, then the civilian council would have, and the laws would be on their side because they would have said it would be. He started to explain. For the good of the village. Sum finished, when she and the rest figured out that this was more for protecting Naruto in the future, while making sure the boy doesn't have to deal with dirty politics at such a young age. God, I hate that line. Don't we all? Danzo said, since he and his comrades heard that line used so many times, by so many sides, it's just so sad on how they are used. There are times when it's used more as a shield to give certain people a reason to do such despicable deeds, that it seems hard to tell if anybody truly knows what it's supposed to mean, including us. Indeed, Shibi said, deciding to continue business. Yet right now, I'm curious what things you have been hiding that you didn't want the civilian council, or even Fugaku Uchiha from finding out. Would you please explain it to us now? Sum was the first to speak up. Wow, it's a good thing you decided not to tell them that. Those idiots would go too far on their so-called revenge to destroy both of their lives. She said, everybody else giving the Hokage an understanding nod, while also making sure not to scare Naruto too much on what could happen, especially to Misaki. Turning towards said boy, Naruto, I would like to meet Misaki and get to know her better. As would the rest of us, Hayashi said, getting agreement nods from the rest of the group before turning towards the Hokage. And when you brought up the CRA, I get the feeling that it would be the other thing that you didn't want anybody else to know, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen gave a small nod. Yes, long before we received the notice of Naruto's so-called fate, young Naruto was tackled by 5 girls, 4 mothers and 2 of my ANBU, hugging his tails. This caused the group to laugh at the first apart, yet their jaws dropped after hearing that 2 ANBU, people trained to be professional when on duty, would just drop everything just to have a girly moment. And after helping Naruto not to get smothered to death, we put up a privacy seal and told them everything from his lineage to his bloodlines, and when I brought up the CRA to the mothers, I guess you could say that in the future Naruto already found his first set of brides. He then turned to the boy, who was blushing a bit, even though he has no idea why. Naruto, how did you feel about those girls that never left your side the entire time you were telling your story? Naruto was blushing a bit more. I'm not sure, it felt good, but I don't know why. He started to explain, the best he can since he is only 4 years old. It's like every time they smile, I feel happy and want to do all that I can to keep them smiling like that. Everybody smiled at this because they knew the boy would be going places and he won't be traveling alone. Chozo walked up to the boy and gently placed his hand on his head, getting his attention. Relax, Naruto. Sometimes the heart tends to know more than you do, he said, giving him advice that even he could understand. So Lord Hokage, who are the girls that would help Naruto restore his clan? Inochi asked. Him and Hayashi felt a cold shiver going down their spines, which usually meant that their wives wanted to have a little talk with them, meaning that they listen and take whatever order they are given. Hiruzen's smile turned into a smirk, one usually reserved for Naruto whenever pranks are involved. Some days, he understands the pleasure Naruto goes through whenever he decides to pull a prank on an unsuspecting target. Right now, he wishes he had a camera, especially considering that the fathers of some of those girls are right in front of him. The names of the girls are Misaki Aiko, of course, Sakura Haruno, Ino Yamanaka, Hinata Hyuga, Hanabi Hyuga, and Dawn Uchiha, he said, causing Inochi and Hayashi's jaws to fall to the floor. And from the looks of things, Ju and Asami already approve, so you know what it means. Inochi and Hayashi knew exactly what it means, and both had depressed looks on their faces with the wavy lines on them. It meant that their wives are already planning a wedding, and they have better not get in their way if they want to live. Inochi was the first to recover. Well, at least we know the boy then the alternative, he said with a small smile. Hayashi looked up with a smile of his own. Indeed, compared to some other options that I wouldn't wish on anybody's daughter. He said, considering how far his clan goes to make sure that the Byakugan belongs to only pure-blooded Hyuga, no matter what the cost. After everybody recovered from laughing at the poor men's expense, Sum spoke up. So that's why you didn't reveal the girls at the meeting, she said. While Inochi's and Hayashi's pups would be safe from the rest of the village due to them being clan princesses, but with Misaki being now an orphan and Mabuki's pup being civilian, the village would go out of their way to take them out, no matter what the reasons are. Along with keeping Dawn safe from Fugaku and the rest of the clan, Hayashi said. If he knew that his own daughter has fallen in love with the one that could be considered a threat to the clan, then he would try harder to kill Naruto and do who knows what to his own daughter. This caused the adults to shake their heads in disappointment, with Naruto having a look on his face saying that he isn't sure if he wants to know. Anyway, I believe that we have kept Naruto away from his lady friend long enough, Hiruzen said, knowing that Naruto would want to spend the day helping Misaki getting used to having a flesh and blood body for the first time in her life. So shall we get going, Naruto? He asked, and since it's close to lunchtime, I bet Ayam would love to meet Misaki for the first time. Naruto gave him a big grin, because it also meant that he would be getting ramen for lunch. Yeah, I can't wait to show the village to Misaki now that she can see things with her own eyes. He yelled out excited before running towards the door. Giving the boy a slight chuckle/giggle, the rest of the group went about their day, thinking about what the future holds. Well, here is the latest chapter, sorry it took so long. Hope everybody enjoyed the fact that I brought some of the girls in early and let them grow up as friends while planting the seeds of love in the process. Next chapter well introduced Tenten, and maybe Yakumo, Isaribi will be brought in as the same time as Tsunade. Naruto's parent got some ideas on how to pull off their big return. Anyway, what events from the canon would you like to see added to this FIC, and which ones can you do without? Like, would you like to see my version of the incident where the guy from Kumo tries to kidnap Hinata and maybe a couple of other girls? Anyway, read and review, and with Armed Forces Day already past and Memorial Day coming up, to the troops serving and those that served alive and dead, thanks for your service and hope you all get to reunite with your families for good. Harem is as stands, the only person I might replace is Isaribi with somebody in Konoha, or at least in Fire Country, but only with a good reason and somebody rarely used, meaning no Ice Queens, since Naruto will see them as nothing more than sisters. Otherwise Isaribi will be the last girl introduced, and plan to bring her in either with Tsunade, or try a different approach at least. I know there are those who aren't fond of Sakura being in the harem, yet there are those who don't like Hinata or any of the other girls, but hey, can't please everybody no matter how hard you try, and I'm not going to even bother trying because change one thing, and there would be demand for more changes from different sides and don't feel like being caught in the crossfire. As for Minato and Kushina's return, it might be either in this chapter or the next, not entirely sure, I'll figure it out eventually. And might give Naruto a younger sibling or two, yet might as well get this out now. There will not be any neglect of any kind from his parents for any reason, not even unintentionally, because I just don't have the heart to write one. I read them, and one thing some have in common, at least the ones that don't have any kind of outside influence like genjutsu, prophecies, or supernatural, is that they either start off unintentionally to where by the time the parents realize that they can squeeze in the time, they are started to realize the consequence to their actions, or while intentionally start things off to where it was good, but unintentionally takes things too far that by the time they start waking up, they start denying that they did anything wrong, only for say Naruto or somebody close to them like one of their favorite kids or friends, end up having to point it out that they have done wrong, and grilling them for answers on why they would do it. Those, or one of the parents, mostly Minato, turn out to be beyond bad by how manipulative they are, and really power-hungry to where they are full of themselves. Those I refuse to write. Anyway, on with the story. It was now the next day, and Naruto and Misaki are enjoying a nice breakfast made by Ayam, after Naruto spent about an hour trying to get Misaki to wake up. Last night, a few hours after the meeting, Misaki, courtesy of Yugao, got to meet the rest of the Ice Queens, who were more than anxious to meet their younger sister, and more than willing to help her get used to her new body, since Naruto has enough common sense to step aside and let the experts give a couple bits of advices that would be most helpful for a little girl. After that, they decided to jokingly give Naruto the "if you do anything bad to her" line to him, which not only went over his head with his fox features when he asked them what they meant by it. While he tilted his head, he found himself in a four-way hug, and thanks to the girl starting puberty, found his head in a mattress of budding breasts, which would make any guy really envious of him if they found out, especially if picturing what it would look like in a few years when he and the girls that would be with him a few years. After being allowed to breathe and recovering from a wave of odd feelings, the rest of the night was spent between Naruto and Misaki, talking, and getting used to enjoying the other's company outside of Naruto's head. Back to today, Hiruzen dropped by the stand about a couple of hours after Naruto and Misaki had lunch there, which included Ayam giving Naruto a tight hug, although unlike the ones that came before, Ayam wasn't much older than him, was just her hugging him from behind while he is sitting on his stool, with her standing up and petting his ears along with stroking his tails, that it took both Tucci and Misaki to snap her out of her little girly moment. While she knew that the Hokage was hiding a few things from her and her father, while she is still a kid herself, she can already figure out why, considering how many people she heard dissing Naruto. When she arrived, she just gave both of them a small hug. They went back to the bedroom to change clothes, while Ayam made them something simple, which were omelets with different fillings. Ham and cheese for Naruto, salmon and cream cheese for Misaki, and for herself a veggie omelet, while they all had a glass of orange juice to wash them down with. They had a nice conversation, with Ayam getting to know Misaki a bit more, especially the stuff that she knew the Sandaime was trying to keep away from certain ears, especially the ones with really violent owners. And the fact that Ayam accepted the fact that Misaki was the Kyuubi, and now a human who is finally being allowed to live her own life again, is a big relief for both kids. So Misaki, how does it feel to be human for real? Ayam asked. After taking a sip of her juice. Different, but still, feels good, Misaki answered. While I'm still getting used to not transforming into a giant fox, along with the fact that my ears are lower, and I no longer feel what I used to have near my butt when I had tails, but it's what wanted for so long, especially as long as I'm free and have Naruto by my side, I should be just fine. After she said that, a smile started growing on her face. And Naruto, how does it feel to have a roommate? Especially a girl roommate, Ayam asked, wanting to put the boy on the spot, while making sure she doesn't end up being the one to give Naruto the birds and the bees talk a few years ahead of schedule. Well, it's nice to not being alone at night, Naruto said. Especially since Misaki is so pretty, he said, causing said girl to give off a blush, not knowing that what he is doing is going to have an effect that keeps getting stronger in the future. Although I'm still wondering about one thing. And what's that? Ayam asked, while taking a drink of her orange juice. Well, Gramps said yesterday that Misaki and a few other girls are going to be my future wives, and sounding like we are to rebuild a clan, Naruto said, finally starting to wonder what was said during his day-long ordeal. But how are we supposed to do that? This question caused Ayam to start choking on her juice, and Misaki to have a dreamy look on her face, trying to picture her life with Naruto, without the extras, that would be enjoying their lives with him as well. After recovering from her ordeal, Ayam wasn't sure how to approach that, since she herself, who is only 5 years older than the two, had only learned about the birds and the bees from her parents about a couple of months ago, and even though she comes off as a know-it-all when it comes to certain things, the answer to Naruto's question is just too embarrassing, at least for her, to explain about to somebody who probably isn't ready to hear it. As if answering a prayer, knock knock knock, somebody was at Naruto's door. I got it, Ayam said, as she practically leapt out of her seat, anxious for a way out of her predicament. The two left behind watched as the older girl hurried off to answer Naruto's door, wondering if Ayam is feeling okay. They then looked at each other and just shrugged it off. I guess we have to ask a grown-up about this, Misaki said, as both decided to finish up their breakfast. Yeah, I guess so, Naruto said in agreement while finishing off his juice. As soon as he placed the empty glass onto the table, his breakfast now done, he got tackled by 5 different colored streaks, which revealed the 5 girls Naruto and Misaki met in the Hokage's office, while said girl's right brow was twitching because her time with Naruto came to a literal crashing halt. At the door, Mabuki, Mikoto, Ju, Asami, along with Tsum, with Karamaru, Hana, and her trio of dogs, Inochi, Hayashi, and some guy that Naruto hasn't met before, were having a good laugh at the scene before them. Yet he can tell that he must be Sakura's father, due to the fact that he has what appears to be naturally pink hair sticking out like a cherry blossom, along with sideburns that seem to double as a mustache. They laughed even harder when it became a battle once Misaki demanded that they make room. Things were going good at what they were watching, yow! Until the girls started to pull Naruto in different directions, giving him the stuffed animal treatment to where if not stopped, they would do the boy some serious harm and not just physically. Hayashi stepped forward and gave a loud cough, getting the girls' attention from their little plight. Girls, Naruto is not some toy you can fight over. The girls looked down, feeling ashamed, while releasing their grip on him, realizing what they were doing to him considering how he is rubbing the parts of his body from their little tug-of-war on him. Asami stepped up and put her hand on her husband's shoulder, taking over from where he started. Girls, we know how excited you are to be with Naruto again, but what you just did was something one shouldn't do to another human being, ever. Tackling because you miss even really like somebody is okay, especially if you have feelings for the boy, causing the 6 girls to blush even though they have no idea what feelings the woman is talking about when it comes to Naruto. But treating him like he is some toy, some kind of doll, mainly some kind of possession to where you don't want to share him with others, that is something you should never do to any living being. Realizing what they were doing to Naruto. We're sorry, Naruto, Ino said as tears were coming out of the girl's eyes, feeling bad that, unlike yesterday, which was more peaceful, more respectful, today, but just a few minutes ago, they treated their new friend badly once they tackled him. Yeah, Naruto, sorry, Dawn said. We were so excited to see you. We ended up treating you like how our mothers act whenever there is a sale at the clothes store. It's okay, girls. Just be more careful next time, Naruto said, while placing Hinata and Sakura in an arm hug, while wrapping the rest in his tails, to help make them feel better. Meanwhile, it was the mother's turn to blush because of the fact that even though they are the best of friends and all are or were great kunoichi, yet whenever they come across a clearance sale at one of their favorite stores, well, bets are off and everybody better steer clear if they want to live. It didn't help matters any when Hana, the husbands, and even the dogs were laughing at their expense. Deciding to change the subject quickly, okay, Naruto, Misaki, are you both ready to go shopping? Ju asked, wanting to get the spotlight off of her. Yes, we would, Misaki said, feeling better, although she put on a pout, along with the rest of the girls, because they were enjoying being hugged by Naruto, even if the hugs were by tails. Yeah, sure, Naruto said, as he walked up to the group. When he noticed a new face, who's this? Naruto asked about the man standing next to Mabuki. Mabuki had a bit of a blush on her cheeks because she didn't get the chance to introduce her husband, who decided to introduce himself. Hello, Naruto, my Kazashi, and I'm an old friend of your father's, the man said as he offered a hand. When he shook it, Naruto asked, so what do they call them, tie-dye shirt? This had 2 different reactions. The man to release the boy's hand and drop his head, while a storm cloud appeared over his head, and everybody around him, other than Naruto and Misaki, started laughing/giggling at his expense, especially his own daughter. Apparently, this isn't the first time made a crack at him, especially due to his pink hair. While his family is known for their natural pink hair, unfortunately, for the men at least, makes them wide open for jokes, especially although these tend to go too far when pointed out what side of the fence they sit on. Once or twice, he had a couple of friends who did use that joke on him, and when he tells them how it hurts him, well, one friend apologized and promised not to do it again, which that person never did, and the other, well, stopped being a friend and became a bully instead. Deciding to get going while the going is good. Okay, everyone, let us be off, Makoto said. Wait, Naruto said, putting on the brakes. First, me and Misaki have to help Ayam with the dishes. Ayam waved a small hand up. No, Naruto, it's okay. I can handle it myself, she said, appreciating all the times Naruto would try to help her. Not wanting to hear any of it. No, you're going to get some help, whether you like it or not, even if it's not from me, he said, as he walked towards a window, knowing that an ANBU would be watching. While getting curious looks from everybody in the room, Naruto opened a window and yelled out, Hey, somebody tell Kakashi to get his butt over here now. While some people admired the boy's tenacity to order one of the village's highest-ranking ninja like that, yet at the same time they knew that even though nobody has any real obligation to listen to Naruto and he knows this, which is why he only does it when he needs something, and if the person who doesn't do it and has a good reason, he lets it go. If it's bad, then, depending on how bad the reason or the lie, a prank is in the immediate future, especially if they show up late. In Kakashi's case, who was probably late the day he was born, he not only took too long, yet gave an excuse so bad that by the next day, Naruto was able to enter his apartment at night and somehow turned his hair into a rainbow color afro, and due to the fact that he somehow didn't notice until he reached ANBUHQ, gave him a bunch of clown outfits, that he didn't know why most of the village was laughing at him, until somebody pointed at him towards a mirror. The scream was the icing on the cake when Naruto actually made him look like a clown, and now, he makes sure that if he isn't on duty, Naruto might pull off with his little threat of making him look like a Might Guy clone, which is considered far scarier than clowns for some people. About a minute later, Kakashi appeared in a swirl of leaves, in what would be a typical Jonin uniform, meaning that he is off duty, and his ANBU uniform is at home. A threateningly slow Kakashi rang out, causing him to turn into a statue of fear with his eye wide open, because while he can recognize the disdain in the voices, which he gets every time he reads his book in public, and is used to but also recognize the voice itself. Stiffly turning his head towards the voice, he notices Mabuki, Ju, Asami, Sum and Makoto had a look that promised severe pain, considering they were all cracking their knuckles. When he noticed the husbands, along with Hana and the dogs keeping their distance, he knew he crossed a line somewhere. When he looked around to check his surroundings, he noticed Naruto, the girl from the ramen stand, Ayam, Misaki, and the daughters of said mothers. He now realized why his life is in danger of ending early. The only words coming to his mind are, "Oh shit." Deciding to save the poor fool. "Ladies, as much as I would enjoy seeing you pound Kakashi down to the ground floor, but I still need his help with something," Naruto said, causing the mothers to back down, and Kakashi to release the breath he was holding while giving Naruto a thank you look, although he took the hint when Naruto looked at his hand, which pretty much told him to stash the book if he wants to leave in one piece. Sensing that the air has calmed a bit, "Anyway, Kakashi, I need you to help Ayam with the dishes, and, with all the bad people in the village, escort her home safely." Ayam blushed a bit, because even though unintentional and supposed to be harmless, Naruto was making sure her crush was there to help her out and protect her, although some giths speculate the boy for playing matchmaker. Kakashi gave Naruto a curious look. "You called me here to help somebody with a chore and be a bodyguard for them?" he asked, not liking the idea of having to do something during his time off. "Well, besides reading those books and feeling sad about what happened in the past, what else do you do when you're not working?" Naruto asked, pretty much saying Kakashi doesn't really have much of a life. "And from what I have been told about my parents, we both know what they would do if they found out if you are still living in the past." Kakashi looked down, knowing exactly what they would do. Minato would tell him to get over all his loses, stop looking in the future, and start living in the now because the future isn't going anywhere. Kushina, well, she would go for the direct approach, which would be literally give him a kick in the butt for wallowing in his own misery, and break every bone in his body for reading a certain pervert's books in front of her son. Mainly, Naruto is trying to get him back on track. "Besides, would you rather deal with them?" Naruto asked, pointing towards the mothers. Kakashi took one look and shivered. Those five were not only Kushina's best friends, but also amongst the meanest pervert haters, because whenever they caught somebody taking a peep at them, especially a certain old toad, well, it would be a miracle if they can get back to eating solid food again. "I'll wash," he said, heading towards the kitchen with Ayam not too far behind, blush still there. Naruto turned towards the adults. "Well, time to go," he said. The adults, along with the teen and dogs, couldn't help but laugh at how innocent Naruto can be when it comes to certain things, just as they left with the kids for their little shopping trip, although if one were to listen carefully, you could hear some weeping coming from the men's pockets, like their wallets know how big of a workout they're about to get. Hokage's office. In the office, while his clones were at work at the paperwork, dealing with the daily garbage that came from the civilians and civilian council, which are becoming too predictable, to where he and his friends have enough of them to start a fire for the next winter. Something he learned years ago, when the civilians started to get too full of themselves to where they started to think that the shinobi are the servants, although he, along with Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu, were pretty steamed when some of the council members, mainly male or mothers of certain kids, crossed a line when they either tried to force a marriage between their kids and one of the clan kids, mainly as an excuse to gain more power, or even tried to ask for the ninja, mainly kunoichi, for more personal services that not only was there a law to make such requests illegal, but also let other ninjas know that if anyone within the village, no matter who they are, tries such things, can report to him or the elders to make things right. At the moment, he was chuckling at what he's seen going on at Naruto's apartment through his little crystal ball, especially when it came to Kakashi. While he told Naruto to be careful when it comes to being bossy, and also when not to abuse such a thing, he couldn't help but laugh on how the boy unintentionally played matchmaker, even though chances are, might just lose interest in Kakashi and find somebody else. That's how life usually is. It's never a constant thing, especially individually. He also gave a small sigh because when the time comes, he would have to give Naruto the birds and the bees talk a few years down the road, while he has to find a kunoichi willing to give it to Misaki. Something he wishes Minato and Kushina were around to do so. While he would look for somebody to take care of Naruto, yet the ones he can think of are bad choices. Kakashi would just toss the boy a book, one of his Ika books, and have him read it, which is something he would admit would try to do himself, yet that would result in a loss of a certain body part he is very fond of. Jiraiya, one of his most loyal students and one of the biggest perverts on the planet, would probably drag the boy with him on his research, or a brothel, and have one of the ladies there give the boy a hands-on lesson in such things. Although if the boy has his parents' luck, some of the girls would fall in love with the boy like a little brother instead, while pounding the poor dolt into the ground for trying to corrupt an innocent child. Ibiki, well, he would just plain old tell Naruto to find somebody else since he has been too focused on his career than finding love. Asuma and Shikaku would be too lazy to tell him. The Ice Queens, along with Tsunade, his other student who is in self-exile, would give the boy mixed messages, along with scare the boy out of building his family when the time comes, especially by giving him the warning they tend to give to perverts. Shizune, the young lady that Tsunade took under her wing, would be a safe bet, yet, like Tsunade, both need to be found first. Elders know, since chances are they might draft him to do it, because in all four of their opinions they only need to embarrass one old fogey when that time comes. To put it simply, unless a miracle happens, that is one awkward talk that Hiruzen would have to give again. I'm going to make it where graduation age at the academy would be between 17 and 18, meaning that Irika still has about a few years before becoming a genin, since he is about 14 in this FIC. Right now, Hiruzen's main concern is to make sure nobody does any kind of serious harm to Naruto, and by extension, his girls, whether they are on the council, in the clan, or part of the populace, or even if they are from the outside of the village. Because even in times of peace, there is always some village, or at least somebody within the village, that either has an axe to grind due to the past wars or just bored, to where they don't care how many lives they get to destroy, as long as they get to control the outcome. While the villagers are a part of his concerns, the rest is coming from the fact that today is the day that an envoy from Kumo, an ambassador, is visiting the village to sign a treaty between the two villages. While it may seem fine for those who look at things at a certain eye level, for those like those who are trained to read between the lines, sounds too good to be true, especially from a place like Kumo. There has been some blood between the two for a long time, which got worse during the war when they had a hand in the fall of Yuzu, and made even worse when some of their ninja tried to kidnap Kushina from her home so that they can turn one of the last living Uzumaki into breeding stock, while also using whatever was in her blood that helped keep demons at bay when sealed inside somebody with that specific type of blood. They even tried to pull a fast one after Minato saved her, only to backfire, when Danzo's root did the interrogation and revealed not only Kumo's plans, but also the conspirators in the village who basically let them in, which was a merchant who wasn't only pleased that the village had one of the last Uzumaki in the village, especially one with a demon inside her, but also was a parent of one of the kids Kushina pounded into the ground after calling her Tomato, which was what led to her famous nickname, the Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. And now, even though the current Raikage, who is known for being a major hardass, has apologized for those on his council for going behind his back to pull off kidnapping a Konoha kunoichi and risk a war just for their own benefit. He even admits that while like other Kage, he puts his village first, yet he would never risk his village's integrity just to get an edge. Unfortunately, his council decided to pick the perfect scapegoat who was actually loyal to him and didn't have anything to prove it otherwise, although he helped fake the man's death, at least until he can get rid of the all bad elements in his village. Hiruzen called in his secretary, or rather, his new one picked by his friends who they know would do their job like they are supposed to, and not let their personal feelings get in the way. Have an ANBU go and notify the elders that I require their presence in my office ASAP. He ordered. Yes, sir, the secretary said, doing as she was ordered. looking back at the crystal ball, watching as the group walked through the village, not caring about the world at the moment. I hope my bad feeling is for naught, otherwise, lives might be changed tonight, he said to nobody in particular. Back with the group. While walking towards the place that the mothers were talking about the other day, with Itachi joining the formation since he wants to make sure that Naruto, along with his mother and sister, stay safe from the wrong people, while also making sure to give Naruto some more male support since he, along with the husbands, are outnumbered 12-4, with Itachi making it 12-5 and 4 dogs. To put it simply, while Naruto might get away with a slip of the tongue, or even compliment the girls, mainly because he is too young to know what he is saying, or the girls for what is being said, the rest, well, to put it simply, none of them better do something to ruin the mood of the day. Otherwise, it would either be the couch for a certain amount of time or the hospital depending on the mood, especially if any of them go into overprotective father mode. Itachi, while he still is the overprotective older brother, after protecting Naruto, he knows that Dawn would be happy with him, but Fugaku and a good portion of the Uchiha clan, he needs to be ready if they take things too far. Naruto and the girls are having a little kid talk, with Hana adding her 2 cents every once in a while because even though she is an academy student, she still has a tendency to act like a sister. What kind depends on the person. I'm gonna making it where the Ice Queens are all from 18 to 20, or rather, I upped Hana's age from her canon 1 since in the canon, she is about 8 years younger than Kurenai. 5 for Yugao, the rest would be canon age, mainly because I have no complete idea what I'm doing with this story and winging it in some parts. Deciding to start a little small talk. So Itachi, how do you feel about your little sister finding her fiancé so early in life? Kizashi asked, talking to the only somewhat social-able male Uchiha in their group, since most of the clan tends to have a really bad god complex. Itachi kept his eyes forward like Hayashi and Inochi along with the women because even though the kids are just having a good time and are or seem to be unaware of some of the villagers sending evil looks, even murmuring over not only Naruto's new look but also the fact that there are kids his age actually being friendly with him. While most of the village, ninja included, would know better than to try anything, especially with so many powerful people who are willing to protect and defend him from just about anything, and although there are still those idiots who just have to try their luck, especially at the backing of a council member or two. Itachi gave a brief look at Kizashi, not letting his guard down even by a little bit when his family, and the boy he sees more as a brother than his own brother, are in danger of somebody's bigotry. I feel fine with Dawn being with Naruto, even if she has to share him, especially better than the alternative. Itachi said, referring to the customs that his father, along with a good portion of his clan, mainly elders and most of the higher-grade Uchihas, enforces to keep the bloodline pure, meaning she would be married off to a Uchiha, a cousin, and if she gets her Sharingan early, even the Mangekyo Sharingan, she would be forced to give her eyes to Sasuke so he can get the eternal Mangekyo, while getting a pair of ordinary eyes so that she doesn't upstage the clan favorite to succeed Fugaku. Itachi lost that right when the clan felt Mikoto had made him too soft. Hayashi nodded his head, just as he caught a flying stone that would have hit one of his daughters, and sent it flying towards its sender, hitting a man right between the eyes, yet only hard enough to leave a bruise, as it knocked him out. Indeed, which is why I don't want either of my daughters to go through a tradition that should have stopped years ago. Yet my former clan elders were a stickler to tradition. Asami, who was holding his hand, and after we had a talk with Tsunade about if what the clan is doing to keep the bloodline pure more harmful and good, well, and this is before we decided to have the twins, she said. And what did she say? Mikoto asked, while all the other adults and young adults were curious, especially Mikoto, Itachi, and Tsum, whose clans practice strict clan marriage laws. Hayashi gave a small sign. She says that it could actually destroy a clan because even though the tradition started around the same time the clan became divided, and somebody is the cousin of somebody, yet by now it won't be long until at some point the clans start to marry their cousins who also happen to be their siblings, and that would also cause some serious health issues. He explained, getting everybody, including Itachi, to widen their eyes at the revelation, not needing to hear any more at what that could mean. The clan gets destroyed from the inside out due to genes alone. Which is why we wanted to make sure our daughters don't become the next to uphold the tradition, because even though traditionally, one of them would have been the next heir, if the old council was still around, they might try to manipulate things to their advantage. Now they understood what Hayashi has been dealing with, along with making sure the new council works with him on reunification of the clans, but also what traditions and what rules needs to be changed. And right now, the other clan to deal with, especially on Naruto's part, is the Uchiha clan, since he seems to be a threat to the pecking order that most of the Uchihas tend to follow. Basically, Makoto and Itachi have their hands full, making sure their clan don't do something so reckless, especially against the village. Over with the kids, who were just talking away with each other, oblivious to the world around them, or rather, Naruto and Misaki noticed the glares from most of the village adults, yet they didn't really care, which ticked them off because some high official told them that they were doing some harm to the boy mentally and emotionally, yet here he was brushing them off like, at least for them, like he was above them. And for the extreme bigots, especially the ones with kids who they have been training, brainwashing into wanting to hate, even hurt Naruto to where they might actually kill him, starting to lose its effect on most of them, mainly from most of the daughters who found Naruto's features to be really cute and wanting to hug him, while a small few of the boys became a bit envious of Naruto having animal features, and both sides thinking how cool it would be to have them. So Naruto, how do you get your ears and tails to move the way they do? Ino asked. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. I think my ears just show how I'm feeling and my tails. Well, not really sure. He started to explain the best he can. Sometimes they do what I want and sometimes feels like they do what want to do. So when you wrap your tails around us, was that you, or were your tails acting on their own? Hanabi asked, causing the girls to blush at the memories of feeling warm and secured while being wrapped by those tails. Naruto started to give off a little blush as well. The first time, I'm not really sure. The other time, I guess, since you girls looked sad, I guess my tails responded. He explained. The girls felt warm inside because of the fact that the boy was concerned about their feelings. So Naruto, besides new clothes, what else will you need? Ino asked. The shopaholic still hasn't reached halfway to critical mass. Naruto looked up and placed his finger under his chin in a thinking matter, causing the girls walking around, and the girls, young and old, along with a few young women, to develop hearts in their eyes at how cute he looks, to the dissatisfaction of the people who despise him. I don't really know. When it comes to shopping, I'm lucky to find a place that would treat me like a kid before something stops them, or somebody actually tries to sell me something that has expired, only for my guards to arrest them and get me better food to eat, he said. The adults heard this, and while angry that people in this village would really go that far, they also felt guilty because even though they tried to protect Naruto during council meetings, yet the only ones to actually look out for him are Hiruzen, Kakashi, Itachi, Tuchi, Ayam, and a good portion of the ANBU. They called themselves friends of Minato and Kushina, yet even though their main reason was that, except for Kazashi and Mizuki, everybody else had clans to run, and also make sure they don't do anything to Naruto, while said pair were more worried about themselves, especially what were to happen to Sakura if they tried to get close to him. Noticing that they've reached their destination, "Okay kiddos, we're here," Tsum said. The kids turned to see a two-story building, with a sign that said, "Weapons and Stuff," which also had what looked like a kunai chasing a stick figure that is running hard. Noticing Naruto looking a little nervous, because unlike most stores, this one would be like walking into an armory, and understanding why, "Don't worry Naruto, the person who runs the store won't do anything unless you give him a good reason to," Inochi said, and he also knows it's better to get to know somebody in person than to rely on rumors spread by people who don't know any better. Especially since his wife knows how to use all the weapons in the store, Itachi said, causing everybody male, including Naruto who has no idea why, to feel a strong shiver go down their spines. When they all walked into the store, a bell rang out, along with a seal lighting up, to let the people running the store know they have customers. "Why don't you girls go look around while we get Naruto and Misaki taken care of?" Mabuki said, getting a nod from the five girls, before they went off to check out the merchandise. When the girls left, an average-sized man with long dark hair that reached past his shoulders, with muscles showing that most of the weapons in the store were indeed made by his hands. Looking at the group, especially recognizing Naruto even with the extra features, despite the fact that this would be the first time he met the boy, along with a red-headed girl that can pass as a mini Kushina. "Hello? Kazashi? Mabuki? Hayashi? Asami? Inochi? Ju? Makoto? Itachi? Tsum? Hana? How are you all doing?" the man asked. Kazashi answered, "Hello Masamune. We are doing fine. How about you?" just as he, along with the rest of the group, shook his hand. "Oh, I'm doing fine," Just business as usual, as the now introduced Masamune answered, before looking at two kids. And looks like, along with your daughters, you brought me 2 more future customers, he said with a small smile on his face. Mabuki decided to reply, yes, and as you are probably aware already, this is Naruto Uzumaki, she said, introducing the fox boy, and his friend, Misaki Aiko, pointed towards the redhead. We are here to help them with their shopping, especially when it came to things they'll need in the future. Masamune nodded his head at this, for he too wanted to help Naruto, not caring if the civilian council, along with any hate groups, threw a fit and tried something on him because they knew that if you piss him off, he would throw everything at them that would be considered a deadly weapon, whether from a bunch of kunai to the kitchen sink. Hell, one time, he threw the original Shikino Cho trio at a few council members who were pushing their luck, and knocked said council members, along with his weapons, out with 1 shot each. Turning to the pair, then I'll be more than pleased to help these young ones get a head start, he said before walking up to the pair. I'll go get my wife, Peggy. She is pretty much the one who handles the fabric part of the business, he said, just as he got ready to head towards the hall that connected the store to the smelting room, which also had stairs that lead to the residence floor where he and the family lives in. Excuse me, Masamune, Makoto said, getting the man's attention. Is your daughter here? Yes, Tenten is here, Masamune said. She's upstairs. I'll go get her, so you can introduce her to lover boy there. When the man left, Naruto looked at the adults and, with a curious look, asked them, what does he mean by lover boy? The adults couldn't help but chuckle/giggle at the boy's question. You'll find out when you're older, Naruto, Itachi answered. About a couple minutes later, Masamune came back with a golden brown woman, that is about 1 inch shorter than him, and a little girl that is a hair taller than Naruto, whose brown hair was put up in a pair of buns that made her look like a panda cub. Introducing the pair, Naruto Misaki, may I introduce you to my wife, Peggy, and my daughter Tenten, he said before noticing, after looking beside himself and towards the pair, said family members giving Naruto the stuffed animal treatment. A sweat drop appeared on his head, because of the fact he never seen them moved, and seeing his daughter drop the tomboy attitude to let her girly side take over. Even the other adults, along with the 2 young adults, had sweat drops, while the rest of the young girls looked like they wanted to stake their claim once again. This time around, Naruto took action, since it was just his ears and tails that were getting petted, and the life wasn't being squeezed out of him. Excuse me, miss, Naruto said, getting the 2 females' attention. Would you mind letting go of me? I'm not used to having adults give me this kind of attention yet. Realizing what she was doing and noticing what her daughter was doing, which was invading somebody's personal space, Peggy's eyes widened before she grabbed Tenten by the shoulder and took a few steps back, to her daughter's disappointment if the pout on her face was anything to go by. We're sorry, Naruto, we don't know what came over us, Peggy said. It's fine, but I'm starting to become afraid if this becomes too much of a regular thing for me, Naruto said, while Itachi and Hayashi gave a slight shiver because they know that soon Naruto will be getting his own fan club soon, and chances are, compared to theirs, it might turn out to be astronomical. Deciding to get back to business, anyway, Naruto Misaki, Peggy said, while she looked at both kids when she said their names. From what Masamune has told me, you 2 would like to have some new clothes made. Misaki decided to speak up. Yes, ma'am. While we don't know if you sell regular clothes, me and Naruto want to get some clothes to help with our training. Oh, call me Peggy. Ma'am makes me sound like somebody who act like they are better than everybody, the woman answered, and while do sell civilian clothes, but more for our older customers that are either already ninja or about to retire. Then her mind caught what Misaki just said. Training? You 2 look to be about 4 and you're already training. Naruto answered, well, by now, everybody in the village should know about some changes involving me, and I don't want to be anybody's punching bag, so I want to start learning on how to defend myself, he said, causing both Masamune and Peggy to give a really angry and disappointed look, because they knew how the boy was viewed and all the attempts to destroy him. And since I have 2 bloodlines now, I don't want to depend on them too much, unless I plan to scare some stupid villagers thinking that they can get away with starting something. And I'm not sure if I want to be a ninja, but don't mean a girl can't learn to protect herself, right? Misaki said, getting a damn straight from Hana and the mothers. But hey, I still have time to decide, right? Of course, Asami said. Only you get to control your life, everybody else. Well, depends on who you are in the future. Not bringing up the fact that since Misaki isn't from a clan, then she isn't required to become a ninja, especially if you're a clan heir from an elite clan. Anyway, back to business, Peggy said, as she went to the counter to get her measure tape, along with a pencil and a pad of paper. I need to take your measurements and see what I can do. After doing the necessary measurements, along with making sure where to place the hole for Naruto's tails. Okay, I should have everything ready for you two within a week or two, she said, getting a nod from the pair, before she turned towards the parents. Don't suppose you want me to do the same thing for your daughters? She asked, because I'm pretty sure Tenten would probably want to join their training, causing said girl to blush in embarrassment because what her mother said was spot on. I think we better ask them before we get in trouble with them, Inochi said, getting nods from the fathers, considering that they have been whipped by both their wives and daughters before they left, causing the wives to giggle. Itachi, Hana, why don't you two help Naruto and Misaki get the equipment they'll need for training? Makoto said, getting a nod from the pair, as the mothers left to provide backup for their husbands, and Sum decided to stand guard to make sure nobody tries something. After getting the necessary items, from fake weapons to books on jutsus, with Tenten wanting to show the pair, mainly Naruto, around the store, they came across what looked like a bunch of swords that come in different shapes and sizes, yet look like they can combine into one big sword. Naruto took an interest in them. Are those a part of the same sword? He asked. Masamune, who noticed the spark that he sees all the time, whether ninja or future ninja, no matter what the age, that seemed to say somebody found their matching weapons. Well, in a way, depending on how you look at it, they are part of a big sword, or the big sword is really a few smaller swords that become part of each other, then yeah. He said, getting their attention, it's called the first Tsurugi, it's a Gatai Ken, or for a better reference, look up Cloud's fusion sword from FFVII, Advent Children movie, and each piece is designed to fight on its own, while also can be combined into a more devastating form. He explained, although my biggest problem is that I need to sell it as a full set, yet all the customers want to buy only a piece or two, especially after they find out how heavy the sword is when combined. He then looked down at his daughter. And I refuse to sell it to Tenten because I feel these swords because they won't fit the style she has been looking into, along with what her mother would do to me if I did. This caused Tenten to give a pout, because when she gave her the puppy dog eyes, that got countered by her mother's "don't do it if you want to live" look. Apparently, mothers will overcome daughters' demands any day. How much are they as a whole? Naruto asked, getting everybody's attention. Masamune was about to laugh at the boy for wanting something that is hard to sell, even wondering how he plans to use all those swords when he noticed the boy's 9 tails, and it clicked that the swords would be perfect for Naruto, especially if the tails can be used like hands. Then whether in one piece, all 6 pieces, or a mixture number, with the right training, Naruto would be a force to be reckoned with, along with whatever else he learns. Well, my boy, those swords cost, insert price here, but I think I'll give them to you for, insert smaller price here, along with some training weapons so that you can develop your style, and a sealing scroll so that way, nobody tries to force them out of your hands, he said. Getting a nod of understanding. Okay. Is there anything else we need to get? Naruto asked. When the rest of the group went to pay for everything, which was taken care of by Hayashi, when he was talked into it by his girls, with his wife promising something extra that night if he also helped with the protection of the group, which is why the group had a small group of Hyuga guards to watch near the group while Root and Anbu provided cover in the shadows. Well, Naruto, we already covered your needs training-wise. Now we have to get you and Misaki some regular clothes and a few other things for your apartment. Ju said, and don't worry, the place we're going to won't give us any trouble, especially if they know what's good for them. After getting everything bought and put into seals, can I have the scroll that contains Naruto swords? Itachi asked, while approaching the counter, getting everyone's attention. I intend to hand them to the Hokage so that he can keep them safe from the wrong hands, he explained, Once everybody nodded, understanding the reason behind it, although Makoto also knew one of the main reason behind his reason, which was making sure her husband, nor her youngest son, ended up seeing and demanding that he hand over the swords to the so-called elites. After getting the intended scroll, "I shouldn't be too long," he said, before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. After the rest of the scrolls were sealed into a bigger one and handed to Hayashi, the group stepped out to notice what looked like some ANBU escorting an important-looking official along with his envoy. Misaki was the one to ask, "What is going on here?" Sum spoke up, "That is the ambassador from Kumo, who is here to discuss peace between the villages." Makoto continued, "After so many wars, and a couple of other things done that could lead to more, right now some villages just want to do whatever they can to prevent war." When the ambassador was checking out the village, Naruto noticed when the man's eyes landed on his new friends, that they had a look that didn't right to him. When he took one look at Naruto, all kinds of alarms went off when the guy looked like he wanted to end him, which led to Naruto to unconsciously activate his Rinne Sharingan eyes, which shocked the guy, before continuing on. Hinata was the first to notice Naruto with his eyes on. Naruto, why did you activate your eyes?" she asked, getting a lot of people's attention on the boy. Finally noticing the change of vision, Naruto shook his head to deactivate them. "I don't know. When that guy looked at you girls, something felt wrong about it." The older portion of the group picked up on this as well, getting the suspicion that what happened to Kushina might be happening again soon. "Do you know which girls, in specific Naruto?" Hayashi asked, remembering how during the war, more than once, Kumo shinobi seemed to be under orders to capture a Hyuga, especially a main house one, to gain a Byakugan. Naruto thought a bit. "I think he was looking more at Dawn," he started answering, while pointing at each girl in no particular order, "Hanabi and Hinata." This set off the alarms of said parents because even though the envoy says peace, yet in the ninja world, instead of Kumo wanting peace with Konoha, they would want a peace from instead, meaning they could be planning to have some baby factories involving their daughter, and who knows what involving Naruto, although more likely assassination attempt to keep him from posing a threat to their containers. While Hayashi would make sure the security in the Hyuga compound be pulling triple duty to keep his daughter safe, Fugaku would be a bit of an issue, because right now, from what used to be their friend once upon a time, let his clan's reputation affect his judgment. While Itachi didn't give in to the Uchiha curse of arrogance, now Fugaku is more focused on converting Sasuke, while not seeming to care about his own daughter. He might even think nobody is dumb enough to kidnap an Uchiha, and one was kidnapped, he would make it the victim's fault. Deciding to change the mood, especially since most of the mothers would never let anything, not even a bad mood, ruin their shopping day. "Anyway, come on everybody, we still have some shopping to do," Ju said, getting everybody's attention. And while everybody walked, the men gave a small sigh, knowing that after this and lunch, their wallets are going to be hollow before the day is up. Hokage's office. The quad of elderly leaders were watching the whole event on Hiruzen's crystal ball, and while being old war veterans themselves, to wear anything from what used to be, and might still be, an enemy village would always be suspicious, especially when it comes to creating peace. And after noticing the ambassador getting a slight gleam in his eye, along with a couple of members of his envoy having questionable looks, and with hearing what Naruto said, what little suspicion about this being a farce is becoming more clearer. When a knock was heard, "Come," Hiruzen said, wondering what good reason somebody would have to come into his office when told not to be disturbed. When Itachi came in with a scroll, "My apologies for intruding, Lord Hokage. I thought this would be safe with you," he said while holding out a scroll. "And what would be so important in that scroll that would require you to use my office as a safety deposit box?" Hiruzen asked, although having a good idea why. "Well, Naruto picked his weapon, or rather weapons, which is the first Tsurugi," Itachi said, getting their attention, since those swords are pretty much known as unsellable in the village due to the fact that Masamune made it a requirement that you buy the whole set, and not just a single piece, and putting two and two together, they know that in the future anybody who dares to mess with Naruto, villager or ninja, better have one hell of a death wish. And I figured it would be better if you put them into safekeeping, since some of the villagers would use these to justify their fears even more, or somebody from my clan, mainly my father and Sasuke, would demand Naruto to hand them over. Hiruzen nodded at this because even though he, his comrades, and most of the clans as well as good portion of the ninja population are looking out for Naruto, if the villagers, along with the civilian council, found out that Naruto would become even stronger since Naruto is still a civilian, they would try to find some laws to abuse to their advantage in order to destroy him. Very well, you can leave them here, and they can be picked up by Naruto when you, or whoever trains him in the ways of the swords, feel that he is ready to retrieve them. The old Sarutobi said, taking the scroll from one of the few Uchiha willing to work for a living, and Itachi, you might want to tell the parents, especially your mother and Hayashi, that they might want to take extra precaution because the Kumo ambassador might have ulterior motives. Itachi gave a small nod, while calm on the outside, but inside, thinking what he would do to the visitors from Kumo if they so much as try anything on his baby sister. I will, Lord Hokage, the young man said, getting ready to exit before dropping off one last and also cryptic message. And also, I'm to tell you that certain things should come to fruition real soon, and it won't be long until certain rats are caught in the trap. Hiruzen gave a small nod, before Itachi left to rejoin the group, turning back towards his friends. Anyway, the reason I called you three here is to see if you recognize the ambassador or anybody on his envoy. Danzo spoke up because, like a certain pervert, he has his own little spy network set up, mainly because he doesn't fully agree on who the Toad has as most of his spies. The ambassador seems familiar, along with one or two members of his envoy, yet I would need to be here with you in order to confirm some suspicions. The other two elders nodded at this. Agreed, Koharu said, especially since one of them seemed to fit the description of one of the Kumo ninja Kushina described that tried to kidnap her all those years ago. Well, either way, we need to make sure that our security is up for double duty, Hiruzen said, getting nods of agreement from the trio. Back to the hero. It is nighttime, and it has been quite a few hours since Naruto's and Misaki's shopping trip came to an end, along with dealing with store owners/employees trying to throw him out, only for them to be threatened to lose a lot of business from three major ninja clans of Konoha, one of them being the Hyuga, which is considered royalty, and except for one or two brave fools, nobody wanted to risk losing big bucks due to their so-called justified bigotry. When they started to head back from the ramen stand, some of the villagers decided to become brave enough to build up a mob, with a little support from the civilian council, and decided to stop the demon from brainwashing innocent young girls before he makes them give birth to his spawn. While the ANBU and Root were getting ready to step in once the mob started to surround the kids, a bright light appeared out of nowhere, blinding everybody beyond belief. When it died down, everybody opened their eyes to receive a big shock because standing there before them, looking like they are defending the fox boy and the girl, were Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, and Kushina Uzumaki, the red-hot-blooded habanero, and both looked like they are about to have a field day. Back to the hero. It is nighttime, and it has been quite a few hours since Naruto's and Misaki's shopping trip came to an end, along with dealing with store owners/employees trying to throw him out, only for them to be threatened to lose a lot of business from three major ninja clans of Konoha, one of them being the Hyuga, which is considered royalty, and except for one or two brave fools, nobody wanted to risk losing big bucks due to their so-called justified bigotry. When they started to head back from the ramen stand, some of the villagers decided to become brave enough to build up a mob, with a little support from the civilian council, and decided to stop the demon from brainwashing innocent young girls before he makes them give birth to his spawn. While the ANBU and Root were getting ready to step in once the mob started to surround the kids, a bright light appeared out of nowhere, blinding everybody beyond belief. When it died down, everybody opened their eyes to receive a big shock because standing there before them, looking like they are defending the fox boy and the girl, were Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, and Kushina Uzumaki, the red-hot-blooded habanero, and both looked like they are about to have a field day. While there are those thinking that the fourth just came back to finish the job, everybody else knew better. With the ANBU and Root on standby, even if they weren't facing them, they can still tell that these two were about to dish out some serious punishment. A good portion of the mob had a feeling that they were the true targets, and ran out of there to get away from their wrath, some of them with really messy shorts. Yet, unknown to just about everyone, there was somebody looking down on them, literally. From an empty window, somebody sporting a Kumo headband was shocked to see this last-minute arrival. There was a plan set out for this night, one that was perfectly planned to help Kumo gain a lot of power, but this really changes everything. One of the poor fools decided to step up, The fourth has returned to finish off the demon. This person, a woman, yelled out. Minato crossed his arms, his face showing deep disappointment in this village that he risked his life for. Feeling the anger coming off from his wife, along with the cracking of her knuckles, these fools will be drinking their food for a long time. And the way he is feeling now, with each added insult, he is more than willing to help her, as long as he doesn't get caught in the crossfire. And where is the demon? Minato asked, shutting people up. Because the last thing I remember is fighting a nine-tailed fox that stood taller than the Hokage monument. Well, that is not entirely true. The Shinigami gave him and Kushina a brief summary of what went on before returning them to the land of the living. But there is no real reason to tell these fools that. While the ones watching couldn't help but smirk at that response, having to hear it more than once whenever they had to save Naruto's life, the ones down below were gobsmacked. They thought that their chances of getting rid of the demon has finally arrived, but instead, their hero is defending the brat. Lord Hokage, why are you defending the demon that killed you? One of them yelled out. Minato looked at Naruto, remembering what it is he would need to talk with him about once there aren't so many ears listening in. I remember sacrificing myself to seal the Kyuubi into Naruto, meaning that I wasn't killed by it, he said, before facing the crowd. And the seal I designed was to help keep the Kyuubi at bay, as long as Naruto is still alive. Kushina decided to step in. And how exactly does one go around declaring a child is a demon? She asked. What exactly does a child have to do be treated like they are some kind of criminal? Oh, shut up, you Uzumaki whore. One woman yelled out. You were the one who brought the Kyuubi here so that you can have the fourth to yourself. When a small few chanted their agreement with her, Kushina looked like she was really reaching her boiling point. Minato, on the other hand, while he hated how some people would say that to his wife, especially the ones who still seemed to be pining for him, but he did pick up something from the crowd when they started to accuse Kushina of being the one to bring the Kyuubi into the village. How long did you suspect it? He asked, causing Kushina to sizzle down when she finally noticed it as well. How long did you suspect that me and Kushina were married? Kushina, her eyes widening when she caught on. How long did it take for you to suspect that Naruto was our son? She asked while stepping in front of Naruto and Misaki, making sure nobody tries for a cheap shot. This was when a more welcoming presence made himself known. I believe it might have been the same week everyone was still recovering from the attack. Everyone turned to see Hiruzen walking in with a couple of his Zanbyu by his side. They might think everybody is oblivious to their true intentions, but they aren't exactly silent about it. Yeah, no kidding, Kushina said, while giving some of the women a dangerous look. You should have seen the death threats I received just because Minato only had eyes for me. While this was going on, Naruto's instincts were going off, sensing danger. Misaki was the only one to notice, and it was her voice that got some of the adults' attention. Naruto, what's wrong? She asked. Naruto's eyes activated, giving Minato and Kushina a bit of a shock at what their son has. I don't know. I have a bad feeling in my stomach, he started to say, before noticing something shiny at a window. Look out! Hiruzen and the sane adults, along with a couple of the lesser sane ones, looked to see the Kumo shinobi just as he thrown a kunai. The nearest root agents jumped in right after to have him arrested. When Hiruzen and his ANBU prepared to deflect it, they, along with Minato and Kushina, noticed something extra attached to it, so Kushina grabbed the kids just as they all jumped out of the way. Just in time, since once the kunai landed, it created a big enough explosion to scare most of the mob away. The only ones left behind are those two injured by those who ran over them while panicking and those who have enough heart to help those that are injured. When everybody landed, Kushina kept the kids in her grip just to be safe. Although her mother's side is saying she wants to make up for all the missed hugs she had with Naruto, while her girly side is trying to break out due to how her son looks like something that just says, "Cuddle me." Hiruzen was the first to step up. Are all of you all right? He yelled out. While the healthy ones were saying they were okay, along with saying what the condition is of their friends are, there was still one stubborn idiot. We would be fine if it wasn't for. This was when Minato stepped up. Don't you dare blame any of this on Naruto, he said, The mob being the gist of how much hell Naruto had to go through because him. What just happened falls upon you, and whoever convinced you to try this pathetic stunt. The same idiot spoke up, not realizing how deeper in the hole that he is putting himself and his friends in. What? You're saying that we have all been set up by that shinobi that came with the Kumo ambassador? He said, not wanting to believe that the demon was bait. Confirming what he suspected, this was when the root agent showed up with a now tied and sealed Kumo assassin. Was this the one that filled your head with nonsense? Hiruzen asked. Now said idiot decides to open his month, while the ANBU with medical training popped in to help the now shocked villagers. Wait, you're the one that told us that we could get away with killing the demon brat. He yelled out. The Kumo shinobi couldn't help but laugh at their stupidity. Don't blame me for your stupidity, he said, pretty much calling them pathetic. You were just a distraction so that me and my friends could complete our mission. All this did was confirm some suspicions he and his friends have had since they overheard Naruto's comment. And care to give us some of the specifics of your mission? Hiruzen asked, causing the man to laugh harder, indicating that he has no intention of blabbing his mission so willingly. Or should we have Ibiki use his charm on you? Now this shut the Kumo ninja up because Ibiki was known as the shinobi horror story of what were to happen if you got caught crossing Konoha in any way. You can't do that, I have diplomatic immunity. This was when, once again, a voice rang out, which goes away once you try to do something that has political consequences, like trying to assassinate a Kage. When everybody turned towards the source, the Kumo ninja paled, not just because of Danzo with some of his root ninja, but because standing there was Hayashi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha, with his two comrades unconscious, each one being carried by a pair of their clansmen, or try to kidnap the children of certain clan heads. And don't worry, you should be meeting the person in charge of the whole operation at our TI building, Hiruzen said, indicating to the only one awake that their cover was blown sooner than expected. Anbu, Root, take them to the dungeons, the ones that held the prisoners, or took the two from Hayashi and Fugaku, nodded before leaving in a cloud of smoke. Danzo spoke next, continuing where his friend left off. Those of you helping the wounded, take them to the hospital to be taken care of. The ANBU, both medic and non-medic, nodded, before carefully picking up the injured villagers, and carried them off to a more suited location. He then turned towards what's left of the crowd. The rest of you go home, you will be summoned to answer for what you just attempted to do. When the people started to leave, Hiruzen intercepted the idiot before he could speak. And for once, keep your mouth shut, you are already in enough trouble as it is. Before the idiot can shove his foot any more deeper, two of his pals walked up and dragged his sorry ass away. While as much as they want to glare at Naruto, they didn't want to deal with Kushina, considering how they know what she is like when pissed off. When it was just them, Hayashi was the first to speak up. Well, Lord Hokage, Minato, Kushina, Naruto, Misako, Fugaku, I bid you all of you my farewell, he said before walking away. Then he turned briefly. And I'll make sure to bring Asami with me tomorrow so that she will welcome you back herself, even though I would have to keep it a secret tonight. When the Hyuga left, Fugaku stepped up, who decided to be his true self this time. I will be taking my leave as well, he said before turning towards Hiruzen. And I should have everything needed for that thing we have talked about. When he turned towards the two people who are among his closest friends, and Kushina, I'm pretty sure Makoto would be more than glad to see you again. When his back was turned, he gave off a slight shiver. After she pounds my ass and tosses it onto the couch for at least a month. When it was just the duo again, well, I'll make sure to have some of my root ninja watching over you just to be safe, Danzo said, before walking away, while thinking how he has to get ready to protect the village once word spreads that Minato and Kushina were back, and who their son is. Hiruzen gave a small smile, especially trying not to laugh as he watches Kushina smothering Naruto to death in a hug, trying to catch up for lost years, while Misaki stood to the side, not sure on what to think, and Minato was gobsmacked at how quickly his wife went from serious to loving. Well, as much as I want to hear the full story of what happened, Minato, I'll let you and your family spend the next day or two catching up with each other, he said, feeling that the village can wait a bit longer before Minato and Kushina announce their big return. "Thanks, Hiruzen, although I'm not sure where to stay," Minato said, giving the old man a grateful smile before turning towards his wife. "Kushina, you might want to loosen your grip before Naruto runs out of air." Kushina opened her eyes to notice her son was starting to turn blue, so she quickly released him. When Naruto started to regain his breath, "Sorry, Naruto," she started to say, while she and Misaki were rubbing his back. Hiruzen gave a small chuckle at the scene. "Oh, don't worry about it. The house you bought is still around," he said, getting Minato's attention. "I took over ownership before the civilian council could get their hands on it, and I was going to give it to Naruto once he met one of your circumstances. But since you're both back, then all four of you can move in tonight." Kushina spoke up this time, after hearing that she will be returning home with her whole family this time around. "Thanks, Gramps," she said, while Naruto was able to stand back onto his feet. "We'll stop by Naruto's apartment to pick his stuff up along the way." Hiruzen gave a small nod. "And Naruto, don't worry about your apartment. The seals I placed on there are remaining strong," he said, seeing a relief sigh come out of the boy. "I will take my leave now, preparing the necessary paperwork for the upcoming council meeting." When it was just the family, along with Misaki, they all started off towards Naruto's apartment. As much as they wanted to talk to each other, the one thing they agreed on would be better to wait until they were within the safety of their own home. While walking, word was already spreading that the Yondaime was back, and to the shock of so many, he was walking side by side with the Kyuubi brat. And to the dread of the female portion, Kushina was back as well, and they were holding hands. While they were used to Minato's fan club talking bad about Kushina, yet they were angry at the things people had to say about their son. From him being evil enough to control a Kage, but also how he was brainwashing the girl to bring more demons into the world. At this point, both parents knew that the biggest thing they can do to make up to Naruto for his life of hell is to make sure he becomes strong enough to defend himself against anybody, while they make sure to be ready to fight anybody who tries to destroy their family. When they reached the building, they felt disgusted with all the hate graffiti on the fall. From death threats to demanding him leaving the village, how could anybody claim to be brave if all they do is torment one child? When they reached his door, an ANBU was waiting for them, one with a cat mask. "Don't worry, Naruto. The seal is still intact, and we have stopped anybody from trying to break in to destroy your place," she said before turning towards Minato and Kushina. "And Lord Hokage's requests that the whole family be at his office sometime around noon. Your seal should still be there." After giving her the nod so she can leave, Naruto placed his hand onto the seal, unlocking it. When they stepped inside, while the place was cleaned and had the bare essentials, what depressed the parents the most was that a child was being forced to live like an adult. All alone, no toys or anything of joy that a child should experience, just an empty apartment to return to for so long. "Come on, Naruto," Misaki said. "Let's go get our stuff." "Yeah. Good thing we left most of it in the bags," Naruto replied as both kids left. When the kids left, the parents took a small look around. It didn't take them too long to see that their son had almost next to nothing by any means. From only a few days' worth of dishes in the cupboards to the rundown furniture, this was definitely no place for a child to live in by themselves. In some ways, they felt extreme guilt because they unintentionally became the catalyst of what Naruto had to grow up without. When Naruto stepped out of the bedroom, they watched as he went to grab a garbage bag from under the sink. Naruto, what are you doing?" Kushina asked. "Well, some of things that I just got today are still in the bags. Everything else, I don't have anything else to carry them in," Naruto said. This was when Minato stepped up. "Do you know about storage seals, Naruto?" he asked, getting a confirming nod in return. "Do you have a blank scroll?" When Naruto nodded and went back to his room to find one, his parents not too far behind. When they see the bedroom, it leads them to another decision right away, to help Naruto actually have a decent childhood while he still has one. Although they might need some help in that department, even though they don't yet realize that they already have it. When Naruto walked up with the scroll, Minato took it and opened it on top of the bed. Using some ink he found somewhere, Minato drew a seal on the scroll that was ready to be used once finished. Okay, Naruto, Misaki, put everything onto the scroll. When all was said and done, Minato activated the seal, making everything vanish in a puff of smoke. He then re-rolled the scroll and placed it into his pocket. When they looked around, Kushina was the one to speak up. Okay, everyone, let's go home for the first time together. Namake's house next day. The sun is shining its way onto the village, giving a fresh start for so many others. Or, in the case of Minato and Kushina, their first day back in the land of the living. After spending a good portion of the night talking to Naruto and Misaki, catching up with what Naruto's life was like, at least the parts he can remember, while also learning the full truth to Misaki, they felt like they got a slap to the face. While they are grateful for most of their friends finally stepping up to help Naruto out, along with Hiruzen, Kakashi, and a few others, yet the two people they hoped would be here for him have never showed up, or rather laughed when they heard how Naruto got Jiraiya caught doing his favorite pastime, yet that was about it. Now they have to ask Hiruzen about the perv and Tsunade. Anyway, when the parents stepped out of their bedroom, stretching their limbs, getting used to having a body again, they walked towards one of the guest rooms, where Naruto and Misaki are. The reason why they are in a guest room, well, when they died, Naruto's room was built as a nursery, so it needed to be fixed up for a child his age, and Misaki just didn't want to leave him alone last night. When they reached the room, Kushina opened the door, and couldn't help but give a slight ah. The reason why, well, Naruto was sleeping behind Misaki, with his arms wrapped around her belly, her hands on top of his, while his tails covered both of them like a furry blanket. In some ways, at least to Kushina, waking them up should be considered a crime. Minato was smiling as well, since it was almost like seeing a mini version of himself and his wife, minus the perverted part. The only key difference being, too bad you don't have any tails, were Naruto's furry appendages. Minato gave a small sigh, because he hopes that his wife gets over it in the future. Come on, as much as I want to let them sleep, by now, the village will be in a buzz about our return, Minato said, causing Kushina's smile to drop. And we need to start setting the story straight ASAP about a lot of things. Getting a small sigh, along with a confirming nod, along with reminding them what we would do if they try to mess with our family, she said, as she walked into the room to wake the pair up. Minato just watched, knowing that he would be asked if he would be taking the Hokage hat back from Hiruzen, who he can picture begging him to do so. While he knows that what Kushina just said doesn't seem quite ethical, especially for a Kage's wife, but right now, he is thinking screw the ethics. This village hurt his son, and even when it does get proven that both Kushina and Naruto are his family, they would try to undermine certain laws in order to attack them. If any of them think they can walk all over him to attack his family, they will have another thing coming to them. A loud "Gaara" snapped him out of his thoughts. Looking up, he wasn't sure if he should laugh because Kushina had picked up Naruto into her arms, giving him the stuffed animal treatment, while Misaki looked like she was still waking up, or start hoping his wife starts to control the habit to where she isn't doing this when he becomes fully grown. Maybe a little bit of both. Kushina, I think Naruto is still not used to all of the attention, Minato said. When Kushina opened her eyes, she could see Naruto trying to put up a brave front, but his eyes still speaks discomfort for such contact. During their long chat last night, and noticing Naruto having the same feeling the first time she held him, she knew she made the same mistake again. When he told her why he felt that way, she knew that he doesn't entirely trust her, even if he would never say it. After putting him back onto his feet, she had to remind herself to take things nice and slow, if she wanted to show Naruto what a mother's love is really like.
I'm sorry, Naruto,
Kushina said, while watching Naruto put himself back together. It's okay, Mom, Naruto said, putting a small smile on her face. At least being called Mom is some kind of progress. Anyway, how about we have breakfast before we go meet Hiruzen at the office? Kushina said, and knowing what Naruto is about to say, don't worry, we still have food here, she said, and when she noticed a look from the kids, a disgusted one, she couldn't help but laugh. Relax, they are all in seals. Minato decided to continue when the looks didn't go away, The one nice thing about sealing food is that nothing spoils in them. When their looks went from disgust to surprise, "Come on, we'll show you," he said. "Well, here is the latest chapter, sorry it took so long. Some days I just don't feel like writing at all. I wanted to throw in the meeting in the Hokage office along with the council meeting, but felt that would be too much for one chapter. So would have to throw that stuff into the next chapter along with the deal with Fugaku, and along the way introduce a few more characters. Anyway, read and review, and from one vet to another, even though a little late, happy Veterans Day and thank you all for your services." After a nice breakfast made by Kushina, whose skills hasn't rusted once during her time in the afterlife, we find the family waking around the village. Just taking a nice stroll to get caught up on what has changed for the parents since they were dead, before they decide to go pay Hiruzen a visit. It was also to serve as recon to see who in the village they planned to pay back for what they did to their son, along with what level. While the one thing they might leave alone is the orphanage, since the two believe that the younger generation should never have to pay for the mistakes of the older generation. Although the same could be said about Naruto's parents, but they died protecting both their son and their village, so the choice was out of their hands. Also, they were hoping the village would allow Naruto to grow as a typical child, but their enemies from within made sure to prevent that by any means necessary. Yet it won't stop them from feeling guilty about the fact that Naruto was forced to become part of so many people's revenge, not all of them having to do with the Kyuubi attack. "Okay kids, once we take care of business with the old man, we're going to build your rooms," Kushina said. "And Misaki, I know you want to keep sharing a room with our son, but trust me, there will be times when the both of you would want to be alone, without being tossed out in the hallway. Along with everything else you'll need in order to be a child while you still are one," Minato said, ignoring the people who are giving Naruto dirty looks because of the fact that their hero is actually showing kindness to the one they despise the most. "But first, we would need Hiruzen's help in making sure the bank would allow us to use our money again, since it was originally meant for you." "But won't they try something now, because of last night?" Naruto asked, since the only businesses he trusts are at Ikaraku's, since they treat him more as a person than a plague. "No need to worry, since our money is tied to the Uzumaki clan account, which can only be opened by your mother and you. There is also a side account that has been set up for everyone in the family," Minato said, knowing that Naruto would understand this due to his upbringing. "We put it up so that way most of the money we earn would go into that account, while the rest goes to the clan account in order to help it grow. And don't you worry about us wasting our money on you, Naruto," Kushina said. "When it comes to you, it will be money well spent." "Thanks, Mom," Naruto said. "Yes, thank you, Mrs. Namikaze," Misaki said, giving the girl a big smile. "Oh please, call me Kushina, since you are a part of our family now," Kushina said. "Okay, I will Kushina," Misaki said, a smile growing on her face. So since Misaki is still trying to figure herself out, "What do you like, Naruto?" Minato asked. Naruto just looked down. "I don't really know, since I'm not allowed in any of the stores," he said, causing both parents to feel livid. "And whenever I do get something nice from the old man, it either gets destroyed or taken by one of the villagers, saying I stole it." Now the parents were beyond livid, especially with the smug look on some of the villagers' faces, thinking they get to keep doing it, deciding to drop a big bombshell on them. "Well, Naruto, from this day forward, anything you get from us is going to belong to you, and only you," Kushina said, causing the smug looks to turn into growls of disapproval. "And nobody in this village is allowed to do anything about it without repercussions." This was when one of the villagers walked up to them and spoke up. "Look, Tomato, you are not going to," he started to say, before Pao getting a punch in the face by a really pissed-off Minato. "First of all, you don't get to talk to my wife that way," Minato said, making some villagers sport an even more sour look, mainly the older female part. "Second, we are going to make sure our son gets the happiness that he deserves, and we will defend him from anything, even if the threat is from within this very village." This was when most of the adults in the crowd started yelling out about how the fourth Hokage has been brainwashed by the demon, and all that, only to stop when two of Konoha's elders walked up to them. Minato Kushina. Not being back alive a full day and you two are already causing trouble. Koharu said, with a smile on her face. Hello Naruto, Misaki. After giving the elders a proper greeting, well, what can we say? Some people are too stubborn to look away from the past to see what is in the present. Kushina said, while being on the defensive to make sure the kids stay safe. Indeed, Hamura said, looking at the crowd that was getting wound up. No doubt due to the insolence of those in higher power. Anyway, we came to let you know that the Civilian Council is demanding a meeting within the next hour involving you and your family. So you might want to hurry to Hiruzen in order to get everything you are going to need. Giving the two a thank you nod, Minato gathered his family together before they disappeared in a multicolored flash. Looking at the crowd, the two elders just gave a small shake of the head before walking away. While there are those in the crowd who thought it meant the demon child is going to meet his end, the ones who noticed the look on the elder's face knew better. Considering what has happened last night, and the look in the elder's eyes, they knew that they are about to become royally fucked before the day is fully out. Hokage office. Hiruzen is going over some paperwork, making sure he has everything that Minato is going to need to crack some skulls for the upcoming meeting. He is pretty sure one of things that the Civilian Council is going to demand is to stop the investigation into the incident last night involving their Kumo guests, along with the mob that was formed because of it. Wouldn't be surprising if a member or two get revealed into receiving a few kickbacks for giving certain secrets that the outside world should not have access to. Another is trying to get some control over Minato. One thing they would want most of all is to have him remove Naruto from the picture, as permanently as possible, so that the boy wouldn't grow up strong enough to fight back against all of the cruel things they have done to him. Another thing is to have him convince Kushina to give up all property related to the Uzumaki clan to the village, when in reality they want to sell off everything in order to put some money in their own pockets. But with the paperwork he has with him, try as they might, the Civilian Council will not disrupt this family from having a happy life. Sensing one of Minato's seals activating, he looked up just in time for the family to appear out of nowhere. While Minato and Kushina are okay, since they are used to it, Naruto and Misaki are a different story since this would be their first time traveling by the FTG technique. Barely a few seconds later, both ran towards the bathroom, so they can lose their breakfast into the toilet, while Kushina followed them in order to help them recover from the whole experience. Hiruzen can't really blame them, since it's a regular response for anybody traveling within a blink of an eye. Even he and his teammates went through the same experience when Tobirama used it on them to help them get used to it. He can even recall times whenever the team would refuse to wake up, Tobirama would use the FTG to send them flying into a freezing cold lake, which would remind them who is in charge. Looking at the elder blonde, "So I take it my old teammates were able to find you?" Hiruzen said, while he was hoping to give the family at least a morning together. But some fools just can't seem to let sleeping dogs lie. Yeah, they saved a group of fools from cashing a check their mouths would never be able to cash, Minato said, while taking a seat, causing Hiruzen to give a small sigh. And from what Naruto has told me, I guess I owe you an apology as well for what I left behind. Save it. I pretty much did the same thing to you when I first retired, Hiruzen said, with a sincere smile, before it got replaced by a look of regret. But I do owe you and your family a big apology for not realizing, or even noticing, that some of the attacks on Ash are more personal than one expect. When the rest of his family came back, with Kushina helping the kids deal with wobbly legs, "Are you two okay?" Minato asked, feeling bad for forcing that kind of speed on them. Getting a weak nod in return, just as the trio went to sit on a nearby couch, Minato turned towards Hiruzen. "As much as I want to place all of the blame on you on how Naruto was raised, but I can't. You were doing the best you can fighting against corrupt people without giving away the wrong secrets." Giving the blonde a small nod, "So care to tell me how is it that you and Kushina are able to come back to life, especially when you sacrificed your soul to the Shinigami to save the village?" Hiruzen asked, while he could have said sealed the Kyuubi, but since Misaki is starting over, he didn't want her to be haunted by memories of an old life. Knowing that this question was coming, Minato went straight to the point, Well, for one thing, when Naruto destroyed the seal, it also destroyed the deal I had with the Shinigami. At first I thought he would be mad, but as it turns out, he was happy for it to happen, especially after grabbing Kushina's soul and explaining everything to us. He started to explain, and I do mean everything, from Naruto's upbringing to what he expects in return. And what would he like in return? Hiruzen said, although he can't help but smile as he watches Kushina playing around with the kids. As it turns out, there are individuals who have been cheating death for so long that the Shinigami is far from pleased about it. Minato started to explain, smiling at the fact that his son is starting to be a happy child for probably the first time in his life. And what makes it more insulting for him is that some of them seem to be taking souls away from him, one of them being a former ex-student of yours. Feeling that this was more of a punch to the face from the Shinigami instead of Minato. I see, and I take it that he wants Naruto to be the one to take their lives? He asked, refusing to let his past control what's left of life. Well, actually, Naruto would be the primary, since when the time comes, he will be the one to send the souls directly to him. Minato explained. Anybody else can kill them, but Naruto, with the help of his eyes, would be the only one to send their souls to him, so that the Shinigami can separate the ones that have a place for them in paradise from the ones that has a circle in hell waiting for them. And I take it he isn't going to rush things when it comes to Naruto? Hiruzen asked, giving his head shake. No, actually he said when the time comes, a couple of old friends will show up and handle a certain part of the training. Minato explained. All we have to do is raise Naruto and Misaki right, and train Naruto to be ready to take on anything that is thrown his way. And before you ask, these bodies are brand new, everything else is pretty much the same. Kushina intercepted a possible question from the old man. Since by now our old bodies would no longer look like us, he decided to have them destroyed completely and gave us brand new bodies. Everything else is pretty much the same. Getting the feeling that is all to the conversation, Hiruzen decided to explain some things on his end. As you probably guessed, the Civilian Council is going to do everything they can to challenge not only to being Naruto's parents, but also your marriage. He started to explain, getting sour looks as a response. Even though it would be coming from you, the one thing they will refuse to believe that you made your own choices when it comes to family and who you decided to have it with. Not really a surprise, Minato said, looking at his kids, Naruto mainly, who are hoping that nothing goes wrong after meeting their family. If somebody were to tell them that the air we breathe was free, they would argue that the only air that should be free is the elite air. Giving off a slight snort, since he dealt with the same thing from those thinking they are above him, a Kage. Before he could speak about his experiences, a loud knock rang out. What is it? Hiruzen yelled out. Hello Kakashi, how are you doing? Kushina asked, with a big smile on her face, while Minato gave his former student a big nod. I am doing fine, Kushina, Kakashi said, his voice showing sincere happiness at what he is seeing. Although I'm still wondering how much of this a dream this is right now. Are you still reading those books that my sensei has been writing? Minato asked, even though he still loves Jiraiya like a father, would still pound him into the ground if he were to try and use his own wife as research material. When the only answer they got was a really nervous chuckle. Do I need to warn you what I would do to you if you were to read those books in front of my children? Kushina asked, while both kids had a warm feeling flow through them for how she referred to them. A loud "no ma'am" rang out of the office, not just from Kakashi, but also from Hiruzen and the ANBU station there. While Hiruzen outranks her right now, even he isn't brave enough to deal with a pissed-off mama. When Kakashi left, everybody stood up to stretch, while Hiruzen made sure to grab everything he needs from the top of his desk. Minato gave him a curious look. What guest was Kakashi talking about? He asked, giving off a small sigh as they left the office. Ever since Naruto's change, Hiruzen started to say, while using his free hand to indicate Naruto's ears and tails, a lot of young people, mainly children around his age, have been seeing him in a more positive light, and a good portion of the older generation are far from pleased. Everybody walking had a disappointed look on their faces. And I take it our return is something they plan to exploit? Minato asked. Indeed, This is why I made sure to have everything ready for this meeting, Hiruzen said, holding a scroll with his blood seal. Since they would have trouble proving that Naruto is brainwashing you, they will demand proof that you are Naruto's parents, just so that they maintain some kind of grip over him. And if they can twist the truth to where Naruto was the one telling the lie, then they can make his reputation worse through their children and grandchildren. But after today, they are about to be knocked down to rock bottom, Kushina said while cracking her knuckles. The ANBU escorting them, even though they shivered at the look Kushina was sporting, they still didn't feel sorry for those about to be on the receiving end of her revenge. Along with dealing with so many individuals with a superiority complex, they had to jump in whenever somebody tried to cleanse the village of what they considered filth by trying to end Naruto's existence. When they reached the chamber, it didn't take much to notice the kids were starting to tense. So both parents placed a hand on each of their shoulders. When they looked up, Naruto and Misaki could see that 3 of the adults were giving them confident smiles, which gave them the confidence to put a smile on their faces. Seeing how the kids gained some courage, Hiruzen looked straight ahead and decided to put on his game face for this meeting. Because after this, a lot of these pathetic fools are going to be losing plenty. Once he opened the doors, everybody went silent, although the diehard haters decided to glare at both Naruto and Kushina. Everybody else gave a slight bow of respect for Hiruzen and the rest of the guests, mainly to tick off the people who called this meeting. Looking around, he noticed that the civilian council decided to make it a big family event, to where they, along with the clans, brought theirs. Among them were the Harunos and Masamune, along with his family. Apparently, since they fell under their jurisdiction, they were ordered to show up under some kind of threat. On the clan side, everybody brought the whole family, although Fugaku was sporting quite the shiner on his right eye, while looking like he barely got any sleep. Apparently, whatever he told Mikoto resulted in her responded in a right cross and a knight in his office. When Hiruzen started to head towards his seat in the council, he couldn't but chuckle when a familiar sound rang out. Naruto. Ga! Thud. By the time he started to take his seat, he looked to see young Naruto buried under 6 girls. Yet this time around, Misaki decided to jump in, not wanting to be left out of the dog pile this time. Minato and Kushina watched the whole thing happen close up, especially with Naruto bracing himself for the blow. They couldn't help but laugh at their son being smothered by his future wives, something they would like to talk to Hiruzen and some of their friends about later on. At first, when Naruto gave the best description about the CRA and what Hiruzen did, but since he is only 4 years old, most of the stuff went over his head, along with Misaki's. Yet seeing that the girls have a connection to some of their friends they know, makes them feel that their boy will be in good hands. With the clan heads, they, along with the wives, were smiling, along with Hana and Itachi. What shocked people was the fact that Fugaku, the man who acted like the world was beneath him, was smiling at seeing his daughter smother the boy with affection. The explanation why is going to be blowing minds left and right, especially certain individuals who are about to get busted big time. For the rest of the kids that are boys, 3 of them could pass for miniature version of their fathers, Shikaku, Choza, and Shibi. Yet the pineapple head one looked like he wanted to sleep, but didn't want his mother to administer her painful brand of wake-up calls. The plump boy next to him was more interested in the bottle he was drinking from. What was in it was, believe it or not, barbecue sauce that was made to be drunk like milk. Apparently, when people say the Akimichi has barbecue running through their veins, they aren't kidding. As for boy next to Shibi, both looked stiff enough to make a statue seem more lifelike. Next to Tsum stood a feral boy who looked like he came right out of the woods. While Tsum and Hana were laughing at the blonde being smothered to death by all of these girls, this boy was feeling far from pleased. His little pride not liking the idea that this orphan loser was getting all of the attention. He didn't fully understand why, but his pride as an alpha was feeling insulted. Which is why he intends to get this worthless loser to realize who is at the top of the food chain. Over with the Uchihas, a boy with hair shaped like a duck's ass was looking at the scene like it was beneath him. He kept overhearing how a no-name orphan gained eyes that is better than their own, and how much his clan has been getting rid of they deemed a threat to the standing order of things. Yet he just can't see how this blonde fool with fox ears and tails could be a threat to the clan, most of all himself. So the one thing he intends to do is show this fool his place, which is below an elite such as himself. Hiruzen watched as Minato and Kushina helped Naruto out of his predicament, and couldn't help but laugh alongside his teammates. One thought that they, along with Minato, Kushina, are picturing is the look on a certain pervert's face when he finds out that the same blonde boy can get girls to fall for him for free, while he has to pay women to actually look his way. Along with knowing what Kushina would do to Jiraiya if he were to taint her son in any way shaped or formed. When they started to hear some of the civilian council start to throw insults towards the family, mainly accusing Naruto of brainwashing, the old team knew that now was the time to drop a lot of truth bombs with a small mixture of shit bombs stirred into it. Hiruzen and Danzo gave each other a brief nod before the Hokage grabbed his gavel and called this meeting to order. While he got most people's attention, he noticed two boys approaching Naruto and the girls. "Excuse me, boys. You are required to stay in your seats during the meeting," Hiruzen said, getting their attention. Yet even though Hiruzen is the highest-ranking individual in the room, neither boys felt like obeying him. So they tried to continue their trek, only for two loud voices to stop them dead in their tracks. "Kiba, get your little ass back here now before I drag it back," Sum yelled out, causing the boy to go pale at the only warning his mother yelled out. While he might consider himself an alpha in his mind, Kiba knows that he would receive an omega-size whooping if he were to disobey his mother again. "Sasuke, leave Naruto alone and get back here," Fugaku yelled out, surprising a lot of people, no more so than Sasuke himself. In the past, his father always let him do what he wants, while making sure the Uchiha clan could do whatever they wanted without being punished. Now here is telling him to leave this clan less orphan alone. While Kiba ran back to his mother's side in order to ensure the possibility of sitting properly again, Sasuke hasn't even budged. "But father, I was just going to," Sasuke started to say, only for his father to give him a look that promises trouble if he were to disobey him. That and the tall redhead gave him look that was causing his knees to weaken. "Yes, father." When Sasuke returned to his spot, Hiruzen decided to get onto the business at hand. "Now, since that matter has been taken care of, shall we begin today's dribble?" he asked, getting a chuckle from most of the people in the clan section, as well as the families forced to be here. Turning towards the civilians, "Now would you please start telling us what it is that Naruto did this time, so that we can prove otherwise, like we always do?" Thinking that they will be the ones who get the last laugh out of this, the head of the civilian council spoke up. "Lord Hokage, we need to arrest this boy for going around claiming to be the son of our esteemed fourth Hokage." She spoke up, getting nods from those who are too stubborn to see that they are about to set off the mines they laid out onto the field. It's bad enough that he started off looking like a young Minato, yet he has to brainwash Minato in order to make his lie more believable. Another stood up, "Along with brainwashing our children into actually showing interest in him." This one had a look of rage on his face. When that creature started to show its true form, the children in the village seemed to be admiring him, while he has some. "Finish that sentence, and it would be the last thing you say," Hayashi said, considering that he was about to insult both of his daughters right in front of the wrong people. "Besides, how would you know if they were being brainwashed?" Inochi asked, since matters of the mind are his clan's specialty. "Maybe the girls actually enjoy being with Naruto, and they are doing it out of their own free will." "Preposterous. There is no way anybody would willingly like that thing," one council member yelled out, pointing towards Naruto. "Or at least not without your approval, right?" Kushina said, stepping towards them. "Yet what is really driving you crazy is that when it comes to our son, he is the one thing that is starting to become way out of your control." "Silence, you Uzumaki witch," a female council member yelled out in a fury. "Just because you tricked him into letting you carry his child does not mean you are his wife."
Vanna bet.
Hiruzen yelled out, sparing the couple the headache of dealing with these fools. Pulling out two of the documents. "In my hand, I have a marriage certificate stating that Minato and Kushina are indeed married, making your latest accusation null and void." This caused a good portion of the civilian council to pale a bit, as well as the birth certificate of one Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, to the parents of Minato and Kushina, which was made about a month before he was born. While most of the civilians were now pale, some more than others, one of them just had to ask, "Wait, just one moment. If there was paperwork, why couldn't we find it? Why is that brat's birth certificate made a month before he was born?" Still not believing the evidence being presented before them. Handing the papers down to Hayashi and Fugaku to confirm the authenticity, Hiruzen decided to answer one question. "You mean destroy said papers so that there would be no way for Naruto claim what would be rightfully his in the future?" he said, reclaiming the papers, making the ones who tried that night sweat bullets. "After the attack, me and Danzo made sure to secure the original copies of these papers and kept them in a safe place until Naruto reaches a certain point into his life. As for why I had it done a month early as a Kage as well as a shinobi and a father, there would be a chance I would have to leave the village for a certain amount of time." Minato started to explain. "One of the things I can't do is bring Kushina along when she is nearing the end of her pregnancy, especially with enemies who would take any opportunity to use my family as a way to justify war actions." Taking a small breath while he and Kushina were squeezing the other's hand. "So the hospital has a clause for shinobi, Kages included, where if there is going to be any long-term traveling involved, and run the risk of missing a child's birth, the parents can fill out a birth certificate with everything needed, while the birth date is left blank until the actual event." After explaining that part, another civilian just had asked another question, the really obviously stupid question. "But if you two were married and about to have a family, why didn't you at least inform the village so we could properly protect them?" This time most of the room, including some of those on the civilian council who know better, look at this fool and her friends who were nodding, like they didn't catch what was just explained to them. "You mean last night wasn't a big enough clue for you?" Minato rhetorically asked. "When some of the villagers decided they would kill our son just for living? When some seemed to be showing some shame, or at least the fake kind for a few. The reason why I kept those things a secret is because I know how you all really feel about my wife, and if you found out about my son, you would start hitting the roof." This was when Danzo stepped up. Also the fact that ever since Minato started to make a name for himself, even becoming one of the candidates for Hokage, you tried to convince him to see things your way. Especially when it comes to whose daughter or granddaughter you believe he should be dating, despite everybody knowing how close he is with Kushina. He explained. And even if they decided to tell only the council about it, like with Naruto's status, you would spread the word with twisted truths hoping to break them apart. Seeing how these fools are about to defend their actions, for different reasons, don't you dare say that it was for the good of the village since everybody knows that it was more for your benefit. Hayashi spoke up right after. "And don't think me and Fugaku forgotten in the past how you tried to convince us to break certain clan laws at the time, just so you can have some kind of connection to our clans. And before you say you should have been at least invited to the wedding, don't play us as a common fool." Fugaku said, surprising a lot of people since he was always so self-absorbed. "Especially with a war still going on, nobody can trust any of you since you would probably commit treason to make sure they never become married. Especially since you have been hoping to try and force Kushina into a marriage with one of your sons so that you can gain access to Uzumaki property." "Lord Uchiha, since when did you care about anybody outside of the clan?" one of the council members asked. "You always tried to enforce the supremacy of your clan, even trying to destroy that monster so that he doesn't become a threat to your clan," pointing towards Naruto without a second thought. Fugaku looked at Hiruzen and his friends, who gave him a brief nod, before said Hokage lifted his arm to give a signal to one of the ANBU hidden inside the chambers. "First off, you just insult a Kage's son, whether you like it or not," Fugaku said, causing a lot of them to huff at the reminder, although one knows they won't give up that easily. "Second, are you sure it was me doing all of those things and not him?" When Fugaku pointed towards the door, most of the room was in shock, because being escorted by a couple of ANBU is a person that is a dead lookalike of Fugaku, from hair to clothes. The only ones that weren't shocked were the ones that knew all along, especially the ones sweating bullets at high speed. "Meet my identical cousin, Fungus Uchiha." Fugaku introduced the man, although he got weird looks from a good portion of the room, while the now identified Fungus was fuming, since he had to grow up with a bunch of bad jokes because of it. Yes, that is his name. His father, for a lack of better terms, was a total idiot who was trying to think of a name to rhyme with mine. After getting a nod of understanding of everybody in the room, Kushina stepped up. So this is one of the clowns that decided to take out a hit on our son, just because he start to eyes better than your clan? Hey Fugaku? She asked, getting a nod from said man, although Makoto had a look on her face that said relief. Apparently Fungus didn't find her interesting enough to do certain things, the kind that would have made her sick to her stomach. Deciding to play one last card, Lord Hokage, how do we know that boy is really the son of Minato now after what happened a couple of days ago? The civilian leader asked, getting a glare from both said person and his wife, while the rest of her group nodded their heads in agreement, some sporting a smug look on their faces. After all, if merging with the beast has changed his looks, how do we know that it didn't completely change him on other things? While he didn't want to say it, but this time the civilian leader brought up a good point, but Hiruzen wasn't called the professor for nothing. Pulling up a scroll, Minato, I believe you would like for Naruto to read your will? He asked before tossing it towards the elder blonde. Catching it easily, oh yeah, especially with the blood seal I placed on here to make sure only he gets to open it, Minato said, before handing it to the blonde Hanyu. Giving him a questioning look, Minato explained to him what needed to be done. Giving a small nod, Naruto bit his thumb hard enough to draw blood, although it was really painful for him to do so. Placing the blood onto the seal, everybody in the room waited with bated breath, for different reasons. After a few painstaking seconds, the seal recognized the DNA Naruto shared with his parents, and started to glow, fading from existence. Once the scroll started to open, all hell broke loose from the civilian council. Some were trying to accuse Naruto of changing his blood to match Minato's to fool the seal, but their accusations are as empty as the charges they tried to place on him at the start of the meeting. The rest were trying to save their own skin by not only throwing their friends under the bus, but also trying to make everything they did seem like nothing more than a misunderstanding, even offering their daughters/granddaughters as Naruto's future brides. Deciding that enough is enough. Silence! Hiruzen yelled out, unleashing enough killer intent to get his point across. Now that we have finally, officially, confirmed who Naruto's family is, we can have Fugaku continue explaining what has been going on with the Uchiha clan. Giving a slight nod, Fugaku continued on. With a few random questions here and there, everybody was able to learn some truths that took about 3 years to develop. From how the village treated the clan as the cause for the Kyuubi attack, to purposely defying the police force, that Fugaku had his hands tied. Especially the fact that the Uchiha used to be a founding member of the village, yet everybody forces them to live in the shadow created by their founder. A good portion of the clan council were calling to start a coup in order to take over the village, forcing the people to respect them more than they ever had for the Senju. Yet Fugaku was the one person standing in their way, since he has most of the clan on his side, and he didn't want to risk starting something that would cause more harm than good once started. Which was why, 3 years ago, the council attempted to assassinate him and replace him with Fungus, hoping to manipulate things to go their way. But the monkey wrench in their plans were Itachi and Shursui being at the right place, at the right time. For Fugaku was grabbed one day after talking to Hiruzen by a couple of Uchiha that were only loyal to the elders, ordered to make him disappear completely. Yet what they didn't expect was that the particular part of the woods that they were planning to use also happened to be near where Itachi and Shursui do their own training. Just before they were able to kill Fugaku, they ended up killed instead, which led to a grateful clan head telling them that he would have to go into hiding, digging up dirt on the elders. The main reason he couldn't return beforehand was because his oppressors might try to use his family as leverage next time, so he didn't want to put them in harm's ways. So with the help of Itachi, Shursui, and my more loyal backers, I was able to start gathering all the evidence of foul play I'll need to bring not just my elders down, but quite a few others as well. Fugaku said, finishing his story, I was planning to discuss things with the Hokage on what to do next later on. Yet when I noticed who Kumo sent as the ambassador, things changed. How did you figure out that Dawn was going to be one of your targets? Shikaku asked, since the only thing people seemed to know about the Kumo envoy was that Ibiki is still doing his thing to wring some information out of them. One of the Uchiha, who are usually one of the guards for the clan, ran up to me and said that fungus and the elders decided to lighten security quite a bit, especially around my family. It was more than enough for me to return to the compound before something bad were to happen. Fugaku explained, showing that he was the opposite of the one who was keeping his seat warm. Once I returned to the compound in plenty of time before last night's events, I made sure to organize everybody within the compound who are on my side and started to prepare for the event. That is what I have done when I returned to my compound, Hayashi said, getting his attention. When Naruto told me how he felt, what he noticed the envoy, one of the first things I have done after our time out was to increase security, especially around my daughters. I also dug around some old papers from my ex-elders and found something that would be helpful for what is about to come when word reaches Kumo. Getting a nod from a good portion of the room, understanding that this was where they needed to stop things now due to little ears. Mainly, while so many things that were said would go right over their head, some things might do some serious harm if brought up now. Deciding to start bringing things to a close since after today, a good portion of the village will be going through a massive wake-up call that has been way past due. So Minato, do you plan on taking the hat back from me? Hiruzen said while inside his head is a voice inside his head praying that he does. He, along with his friends, really wants to retire soon. Giving a slight thought, I would like to, but give me about a couple of weeks before making the big announcement. Minato said, at the moment, I just want to spend time with my family, finally get to know my son more, and get caught up on all of the changes. While not quite the answer he was looking for, but he and his friend gave a small nod of understanding in return. Okay, I'll put off announcing your return as Hokage when you feel ready for it, Hiruzen said, getting a grateful nod from the family. Also, me and Danzo will make sure to give you some extra security since there are those in here with loose lips and twisted tongues. As soon as he said this, everybody, well, everybody except for the young uns, knew that he was referring to the civilian council, which said group also knew that one way or another what they tell the villagers now, and what they told them in the past, will become the end of them if something isn't done soon. Once the council meeting was declared closed, the only ones that left were Hiruzen and his friends, the ANBU with their prisoner, and the civilian council with their families. Everybody else were silent, until Choza decided to invite everybody to his clan's barbecue restaurant for a bit of a reunion, one that even Hayashi and Fugaku decided to join in on. Well, here is the latest chapter, and the first confrontation between Naruto, Sasuke, and Kiba will take place in the chapter, along with bringing in Yakumo for her first appearance. I was planning on throwing in a confrontation in this chapter, but felt it would be out of place, especially with all of the bones being dug up. Anyway, read and review, and have a safe Halloween. Naruto. It has been 2 weeks since the return of Minato and Kushina, and now the village is standing outside of the Hokage Tower, waiting for the 4th Hokage to be reinstated. During that time, the pair was able to establish strong bonds with their kids, as well as reconnect with some of their old friends. Getting caught up on what went on in the land of the living, the two now had a good idea on what it is they need to start building on. So right now, on the balcony that is connected to the Hokage office, Hiruzen is giving his farewell speech, which felt like a bit of an encore considering who is taking over for him again. Although this time around, he is definitely not holding back when it comes to letting the people who defied him constantly know what he thinks of them. The targets of his fury were those who thought they can get away with attacking a child they claimed to be a threat to their lives. Inside the office, Minato was standing behind Hiruzen, wearing his Kage robes. To the side sat Kushina with Naruto and Misaki on a nearby couch. While he would have liked to have his family watching from within the crowd, he knew that they would have been far from safe if they were out there. The day after, both Minato and Kushina took over Naruto's training, making sure that he slows down long enough to fix some flaws that could use it, along with how to help him adapt his fox features into everyday life, since this is new territory for just about everybody. Misaki, since she said she plans to live a civilian life, they decided to put off training for about a year or two, giving her time to get used to everything, along with making sure to help her out when the time comes for her to decide what path she wants to take. looking at Naruto now, who was chatting away with his mother, while Misaki added her 2 cents. While Naruto did have a spark shining inside him when they first met, it took a while for the parents to help make it shine brighter. It was a test for the parents, one they are determined to pass with love and patience. Something they proved even more whenever the family goes out on a little outing. Flashback a week ago. The family are waiting for their food at a new Cajun restaurant that has just opened. While most of the staff were welcoming to the whole family, especially with Naruto, their waiter was a different story. It started with him giving Naruto an obvious sneer, then trying to ignore his existence, which the parents would have none of. Even his fake apology was full of malice. So Naruto, how does it feel to have your own bedroom that has everything you like? Kushina asked, keeping her mama bear senses on high alert. Naruto gave a small sigh. It feels nice, but I'm still not really sure how to feel about all of the things I have now, he said, trying to keep at least a small smile on his face. Misaki was rubbing his back, while Minato talked. Take your time, Naruto. You are, in a way, starting over in life. Become the person you want to become. You too, Misaki, Kushina said, with a small smile. The two of you need to find yourselves, and we would like to be part of the journey. Thanks, Mom, Naruto and Misaki said, just as the waiter started to bring in their food. When the waiter places their food down, they noticed that the one for Naruto had a smell strong enough to singe their nose hairs. One look at the waiter, who was sporting an evil smirk. Waiter, I believe we ordered a child-friendly meal for our son, Minato said, while giving the waiter a look that made the smirk vanish faster than his sensei at a Yuga bikini contest. Can you please send back to the kitchen and have them fix a more appropriate one for Naruto? While it sounded like a question, it was more of a warning on what were to happen if he didn't cooperate. Flashback ends. That day caused quite the ripple when both he and his wife refused to stop calling Naruto their child, along with them questioning all of the haters why exactly they hate Naruto. Every little thing that came out of their mouths were being blown out of the water by sound reasoning, fighting complete lies with the absolute truth. After that, most of the villagers have started to rethink things, after a wave of guilt started to spread, especially from those who chose to sit back and do nothing to help Naruto when he needed it. There are still those who are too stubborn to believe that they can be wrong about something. And now, your new Hokage would like to share a few words with you, Hiruzen said, returning Minato from memory lane. When he stepped up while Hiruzen stepped aside, "Have fun, father," Naruto yelled out, causing a smile to appear. "Oh yeah, have fun, Minato, and don't hold anything back." Kushina's voice rang out, causing Minato's smile to morph into an evil smirk. When he stepped out, Hiruzen gave a small shake of his head, showing that he holds no sympathy for those who are going to be on the receiving end of what's to come. Naruto. In the crowd, outside of the tower, the friends of the family have gathered to see Minato retake his spot, along with wanting to see certain individuals get the tearing down that is long past due. The clan heads, their families, and some members of their clans were there to watch, while also providing some protection for the Harunos and the blacksmith's family. Even though the hatred the village had towards Naruto has mellowed out quite a bit, there are still those who would try to attack a target that, like Naruto, would be considered easy pickings. So, when do we have our weekly poker night? Kizashi asked, talking to Masamune, and the clan heads, with Hizashi being there as well. Next week, once Minato tells us when his night off is going to be. Fugaku answered. Minato has already made a few card packs well protected from any kind of cheating, especially when it comes to mine and Hayashi's eyes. Well, considering how you got Kaiber, guess whose father, to walk home but naked, can you blame Minato for trying to avoid an encore to be done on him? Inochi said. Yeah, no kidding. Choza said. First time any of us got to see a dog having trouble breathing from all of the laughing it was doing. Over with the wives, who were having their own little chat while most of the kids were in their own little group talking about kid stuff. So when are we going to have our karaoke night? Peggy asked. The day before our husbands have their poker night, Asami answered. By then, Kushina should be feeling even more like her old self, to where she is more than taking care of herself against her more avid fans. Although who knows when we can go back to what we had in the past, before we all got pregnant, Mabuki said, although it has been longer for Makoto and Tsum. Yeah, although Kushina would have an easier time than Tsum did when it comes to that. Never demanding to take a sniff of our drinks. Ju said, even though she was really hoping to take a sip in the process. Oh yeah, you just had to bring that up. Tsum said, and I know. I was lucky that Tsunade didn't turn me into paste on the wall when I tried it on her. Nearby, a councilman gave a slight snort, while trash-talking the group to his family. To his distaste, he was being ignored by his targets. Before he can say something, Minato made his appearance. Citizens of Konoha, I have returned to become the fourth Hokage again, yet I will not reuse the acceptance speech from that day. Minato said, getting a slight laugh from those who got the joke. While like before, I will do everything within my power as Hokage to protect this village, along with my own family. When Minato gave a glare, his friends can see that there are some fools that are about raise a big stink. And before any of you say anything, Kushina, Naruto, and Misaki are my family whether you like it or not either, or I don't care. I already proved it to the council that Naruto is my biological son? Or didn't they tell you what really happened that day? When said council members tried to defend their actions. Although my next question is, why did the village assume they were avenging my death by attacking Naruto? Even though it seemed to be widely known that I sacrificed myself in order to ensure that the Kyuubi would be safely secured inside my own son. Minato asked the questions, getting the hardcore haters to try and defend themselves. This had the intended effect when the sources behind the hatred yelled out, trying to defend their actions. Or rather most of them, the rest are trying to figure out how to shift the blame enough to where they can get out of trouble alive. Deciding that he has heard enough. So now, consider this your warning. Enjoy your freedom while you can, since there will be hell to pay. Especially those of you who willingly committed treason with our guests about a couple of weeks ago. Minato said, before stepping into the office. While the crowd started to disperse, certain individuals were so pale, it looked like their souls were trying to abandon their bodies. Naruto. When Minato stepped inside, taking off the hat and robes, looking to see that Hiruzen had a big smirk on his face. Usually, he would be smoking his pipe, but Kushina threatened not to by asking if he found a way to smoke it out of his ass. Congratulations, Minato. Looks like you are going to start your new administration as a janitor, the now former Hokage said with humor. Yeah, and if anybody has been making deals with a known enemy to the village, then they really better get their affairs in order. Minato said, because even the Fire Lord would consider what happened to be treason, no matter who they are. Indeed, so I take it you plan to get started on today's paperwork, Hiruzen said, as he started to leave what used to be his office, only to be stopped by an explosion of smoke. When it cleared, he noticed a second Minato, giving a small nod to the first, before sitting behind the desk. I will later on, but I'm going to take my family out to lunch first, Minato said, as said family joined him as they left. Hiruzen just stood there, gobsmacked, before gathering up his jaw. Damn young blood, he said while leaving. Hey old man, don't forget this. A voice rang out, when Hiruzen caught the scroll that was thrown at him. Be grateful it was saved from Kushina's wrath. Mostly. It didn't take long for Hiruzen to figure out what of his would be the target of the redhead's rage. So he hurried out the door. Naruto. The family are at Ichiraku's, enjoying some ramen. Minato and Kushina are talking to Tsuchi, while Naruto and Misaki are talking to Ayam, when a scream of horror rang out through the village. Was that Gramps? Naruto asked. Yeah, I guess he didn't like the Ika confetti I made for him, Kushina said, not even fazed at what just happened. Minato just shook his head, knowing when to leave his wife alone when it comes to certain things. He just knows that his wife sees it as a warm-up when his sensei decides to visit Konoha, which shouldn't be long. especially with word being spread about him being alive again. Everybody else gave a small shrug before returning to their business. After a while, Minato had to return to his now again office to take over the paperwork from his clone, leaving his family under the protection of the ANBU detail that have been keeping watch as of late. "So kids, how about we go to the park?" Kushina asked, getting an excited look from Misaki, while Naruto looked unsure. "Don't worry, Naruto. I'll be there to make sure no harm comes to you." This resulted in a smile to appear on Naruto's face. By time they reached the park, the family found out that their friends were there as well. Naruto and Misaki ran off with Sakura, Hinata, and Hanabi, while Kushina joined Mabuki and Asami at a bench. Kushina was smiling at seeing more kids joining hers in a bout of fun, especially seeing young Choji joining in while was dragging Shikamaru behind him. Yoshino walked up to them. "Hello, everyone. Mind if I join you?" she asked. "Go ahead, Yoshino, we got room," Asami said. When her but met the bench, and Yoshino released a small sigh before turning to Kushina. "Hey Kushina, nice of you to join us for the first time, since your big return," she said, causing the redhead to give her a small nod. "So how have things going with you and your family?" After much chatting between each other, the mothers were getting caught up, with Kushina giving everybody a small thank you for helping Naruto get on the right path in life. "Oh, don't worry about it, Kushina," Mabuki said. "In some ways, we were trying to make up for our failures in not being there for your son when he needed help." "Don't worry about it," Kushina said. "To be honest, I wanted to start punching every skull of every person who did my son wrong, but then I would have been no different from them. So instead, I decided to focus more on helping Naruto grow to become a better person. Which is something a parent should be doing," Asami said, while smiling at her daughters playing around like children should be allowed to. "Give them everything they need to become their own person." Mabuki and Yoshino nodding in agreement. After a few minutes of chatting, "Hey you!" the mothers turned to see a civilian woman walking towards them. Her face was obviously focusing on Kushina. "Take that monster out of this park now," she demanded, pointing her finger toward Naruto, who was having a good time playing with the other kids. While Kushina was making a fist, "I'm sorry, but what monster?" she countered with a question, not wanting to spark something that would put Minato into a tight spot. "All I see are a bunch of children having a ball." "You know damn well what monster I'm talking about," the woman yelled out. "You either remove that thing away from the children or I will." Deciding to call out an obvious bluff. "Try it, I dare you," Kushina said with extreme malice. "Although I guarantee that the moment you make a hostile move towards my son, I will stop you." The woman stepped back in shocked, obviously not used to somebody actually standing up to her like that. She looked like she was going to continue the fight but opted to instead walk away with her nose in the air. "Well, you and Minato are definitely going to have your hands full," Asaki said, before continuing their conversation. Naruto. Hokage's office. Minato is at his desk, discussing things with Hiruzen and the elders. His first few days back into office was a mixture of retraining himself into the position, while the old folks spent the time catching him up to current affairs. Now that he is on his second week as Hokage, he feels like he is getting used to the swing of things again. "So, how much longer do you think it would take for the other nations to want to start discussions about my return?" Minato asked. "Not very long, since by now their spies should be confirming that it's really you," Hamura answered. "Our ANBU are confirming messages leaving to villages of interest, so we are working with the chief in preparing for some really unwelcoming guests. And we are still waiting word from the Fire Lord on when he would like to come by to visit you," Koharu said, continuing for her friend. "Even though he sent his staff to confirm you are real again, I'm pretty sure he wants to see you with his own eyes." Giving her a small nod, Minato turned to Danzo. "Any news about the hired assassin that was about to risk an international incident?" he asked. Danzo gave a small sigh. "As it turns out, it would have been a national incident that started with us," he said. getting looks from everyone in the room. Although some heavy research is still going on, I believe he might have been part of your class, Minato. After hearing what Danzo knows now, Minato just gave a small nod, knowing what to expect in the future. Turning towards Hiruzen. So how long do you think it would take for Jiraiya to return to Konoha after news of my return reaches his ears? He asked, knowing full well what can keep his sensei from returning to the village earlier. Well, if he is on the other side of the continent and if he has been doing some research along the way, Hiruzen said in a matter-of-fact tone, then he should be here any minute now. This was when a loud, "Hey old man," rang out from the balcony. What this I hear about Minato? Everybody turned to see a kabuki standing on the balcony, who after seeing his students said only 2 words, "Oh shit," before being sent flying out the window by said student, who punched him square in the face. After returning to his desk, the people in the room didn't have to wait long, until Jiraiya came back to his spot, looking barely phased from the hit. "I'm in deep shit, aren't I?" he asked, knowing how rhetoric that question was. "And then some," Minato said. Naruto. Namikaze's compound. Kushina is helping the kids get started on their daily training, doing some jogging around the compound. When they started the training, the biggest issues involved Naruto's tails, since they tended to cause more trouble than they are worth. Yet after helping Naruto get a better feel of those tails, they are becoming less of a crutch. "Okay, children, just one more lap, and we will take a break," Kushina said, between each breath she took. "After that, we will focus on some chakra exercises." The kids gave a slight groan but kept going anyway. At first, they were excited about starting their training, until their parents told them that the first month is going to be really painful, especially for Naruto since he is going for the shinobi path in life. Misaki, even though she plans to be a civilian, is being given enough training to defend herself long enough for the right backup to show up. Once the lap was completed, both kids collapsed onto the group, trying to catch their breath. Kushina produced 3 bottles of water from a scroll that she was carrying, and handed 2 to the kids, which were taken with great relief. After feeling their body getting rehydrated, both kids decided to give their mouths some exercise. "Man, my body hurts so much, even my tails are aching," Naruto said. "I haven't been human for barely a month, and I'm feeling pain in places that I had no idea humans have," Misaki said. Kushina gave a slight chuckle at this. "Kids, trust me, over time your opinions about this will change, along with how important pain can be in any kind of activity," she said. "And besides, once you 2 start school next year, I'm going to try and go back to my old training, which would put this one to shame." After seeing that she was serious, everyone decided to go for some idle chit-chat. Once the pain went down to a small throbbing feeling, training resumed. "Okay, Naruto, Misaki, we are going to start training on your chakra," Kushina said, crossing her legs into a meditative state. "Now get into the same position that I am in." When the kids did, Misaki decided to ask a question. But wait, wouldn't Naruto have a bit of a head start after he awakened his bloodline? Well, he would have before his transformation, but after it, we are not sure how much his chakra network has changed. Kushina explained. So today, Minato is hoping to arrange something with Hayashi in order to have a Hyuga examine with the Byakugan to see what's changed on the inside. Once the kids nodded in understanding, they all went on with their training. Naruto. Hokage's office. After spending about an hour catching Jiraiya up to date on things, the room was silent, while he got to absorb it all. Once his brain stopped throbbing from downloading the new information. "Wow, kid. Sounds like you are really going to have your hands full real soon," Jiraiya said. "So don't worry. I'll keep an ear out any activities from the other nations." "Thank you, Jiraiya," Minato said. "And I'll make sure to tell Kushina not to maim you too badly when you come visit." Jiraiya went pale as a ghost, knowing full well what will be coming his way. While he does have his own set of rules when it comes to women, one of the things that can scare him shitless are mama bears on a warpath. Minato, I doubt that even Cammy can convince your wife to calm down whenever she goes on a rampage. Most of the people in the room gave a slight shiver, having to recall dealing with Kushina blowing her top. Deciding to change the subject, anyway, Jiraiya, I don't suppose you know the whereabouts of Tsunade now, do you? Hiruzen asked. I figured you were going to ask that, so I've checked my sources on the way here, Jiraiya said, and from the information I've gathered, she is on the run from her latest batch of debt collectors. And if she were to hear rumors of Minato's return, would she be coming back to the village? Koharu asked. It depends on how sober she is between bar hops, but I really doubt it. Jiraiya answered, pretty much confirming the answer they were expecting. And before you ask, while yes I can find her, but the best person to convince her to come back would be Kushina. Considering how she has a history of getting under Tsunade's skin, to the point of getting the outcome we seek. Well, we will give her about a year before requesting her return, Minato said. Better to make sure she hears the rumors while both drunk and sober, in order for things to start sinking in. After everyone else nodded in agreement, the secretary stepped in. Lord Hokage, Lord Hyuga has come here as scheduled, she said. Very well, let him in, Minato said. When the secretary left, now, since our business is done for now, I would kindly ask you to take your leave. They all nodded before doing as requested. Jiraiya leaving the same way he came in, while the senior group went through the door, passing Hayashi on their way out. Once the doors closed behind him, Hayashi walked up to the desk. Greetings, Lord Hokage. You requested my presence, he said while giving Minato a small bow. Yes, Hayashi. I asked you here to help me with a personal issue, Minato said. And please drop the formalities, Hayashi. I can see you itching to just the clan head persona for a while. Hayashi stood up straight, releasing a breath to release the tension that he was holding from within for so long. Thank you, Minato. I really need to take a break, he said. I've been trying hard not to strangle my clan council, who are trying to demand the marriage arrangement between your son and my daughters. Before Minato could respond, a loud "Yow!" rang out through the village. Both men looked towards the balcony. Was that Jiraiya? Hayashi asked. Yeah, it was, Minato answered. It might have slipped my mind that Kushina updated the security around his usual research spots. Naruto. Namikaze's compound dusk. After training until noon and giving the kids the afternoon off to cool down, Kushina is in the kitchen trying to figure out what to make. Once she received the message that a particular guest is coming with him for dinner, she was trying to determine if she wanted him to drink his food or have it grounded into mush for the rest of the year. She was snapped out of her thoughts when she heard the main door open. Kushina, kids, I'm home, Minato yelled out through the mansion. And I brought a guest. Kushina vanished during the hesitation, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. At the main door, Minato just stood aside, holding the door open, while Jiraiya was looking at his student with curiosity. Minato, why are you? Jiraiya started to ask before POW. He ended up being sent flying by punch to the face towards the gates. Minato stayed at his spot, and hand over his eyes, as he watched his wife send his flying. Once his sensei went over the gates, wow, you're almost halfway of breaking Tsunade's record, he said, not feeling the slightest remorse of what just happened. Kushina gave a slight snort, while dusting off her hands. Give me a break, will you? I'm still trying to get used to this body, she said, before Minato closed the door, and the two walked towards the kitchen.